we have audio now? Well, we're waiting. Okay, now we do. Yeah, does it sound all right? Hello. Can I help you?
Good evening. My name is Rebecca. I'm reaching out because Medicare just launched an inflation relief package for Florida, which offers extra cash for groceries, gas, and prescriptions. It's part of the annual enrollment for 2026. So you do have Medicare Parts A and B, right?
Nope.
Unfortunately, you don't seem to qualify for the plans we're offering.
That's
Have
a bummer.
wonderful day.
So. So, all right. Well, if I beat the 581, if I beat it, we're gonna give away a couple of options here. So, I still have this bottle of sauce where the label's on upside down. Collector's item. So if I beat the score, we'll give that away. Or we got this Mortal Kombat, Rampage, Space Invaders, Asteroid Defender. It covers your entire door. See? So, super cool. So here's what I ask, and it's not required. One of the things that keeps me from giving stuff away is I'm just so, I mean, literally offended at the cost of shipping. I mean, it's outrageous. And people say, oh, I'll pay it. And I say, no, it's so outrageous, I don't even want you to pay it. It's not just a me thing. So maybe what we'll do is we'll strike a bargain. If I give it away, I'll give it away, and maybe if I give it away, somebody will just pay for the shipping. And if you don't pay for the shipping, you don't. But if you do, it'll probably make me give away something else. So, autographs a Donkey Kong part, yeah. Wow. Oh, wow. Somebody really think they're gonna... Somebody on here think they're really gonna argue with my wife?
What?
Somebody on here thinking they're gonna argue with you or no?
Yeah, I got rid of him.
Man, you know, that's pretty rough.
He's like, I'm on my way out. And I'm like, that's okay, you won't be back.
Wow. It's really interesting because, you know, I've been with my wife since 1996. And what makes you think you're going to be successful at something I'm not? I mean, hey, Ben Brown, 32-ounce bottles? No. But soon we'll have gallon jugs. That's Felipe. So, here's a cool one. I got a gift in the mail. And I said I'm going to open it online. So, I opened the box, and there was a box in the box. And much to my surprise, it was not ticking. Oh boy. Superman. Oh boy, headed towards covering the cost. Let's call that $2. Hey, that's too bad about Peter. Because I think I've seen his name on here before. So he was like a regular. And if it goes like the past, somebody will contact me and say, hey, do me a favor, tell your wife. Well, why don't you tell my wife? Didn't work so good for you. Marcus, sir, how do you say your name? Upchiha? All right. Now for the gift. So, this shows up here, right? It's in a box. The outside box is plain. And I thought, gee, should I open this? Could be from the video game Unabomber out of Ohio. Yeah, you tell him, Jedi. Wow, from anime. Real good deal, Marcus. So, then when I went to open this box, I thought, why don't I just wait and open it online? This could be very cool or very embarrassing. Okay. It's not ticking. Okay, so far we have airbags. Oh wow. I thought it was just a box. But it says It's at christianbooks.com, which is cool, but it's not a book. This is what's in it. What else? Something from St. Jude's. All the stuff that from like Christian book place flyers. There's no invoice, so I don't know how much Santa spent. But the name on the return tag was specifically left off. What they did is they addressed it to me, or to the P.O. box. And the return address was the P.O. box. So that way nobody knows where it came from. Sounds like something Billy Mitchell would do. Okay. So here we go. Anybody want to guess what it is? Let me see. No, never played Donkey Kong Country games. If it was ticking, they would have had Neil open it. You know what I mean? Anybody want to guess what it is? It's not food, because if it was, Sparky would have sniffed it out. I agree with you, Mr. Pixel. Oh, wow. This is cool that I waited to open it to today. But this is very appropriate. Wow, look at that tie. It's a patriotic tie. And being on Veterans Day. And it says, God bless America, and a whole lot more. Eagle wings. Still doesn't say how much Santa spent. Man, that's cool. Well, somebody was ridiculously nice, and they didn't have to be. Sorry. Awesome tie. Yeah. My wife's gonna add a closet onto the bedroom. Just for all the ties. Actually, you ought to see there's these compartment holders that hold ties. Each one holds about 16 ties. And she's got me 3 of the holders. So, we need another one soon. Alright, so your choice between the poster or the bottle of sauce. I beat 581. Oh boy. How many other country flags? I have USA of all kinds. I mean, I got ties to the Constitution. I got a UK tie, got a Florida tie, and I was looking because I'm going to order Japan, Canada, France, Mexico, all the places I think I might end up going.
Isn't there an Australian one?
Oh yeah, that's right, I got an Australian one. I didn't wear it when I was in Australia though. Pixel, thank you kindly. Okay. I gotta call the narrator back here. Hold on, sir. No, relax, you're not on speaker yet. But I opened up a gift I got. Somebody sent me a tie. Next, I unveiled a poster, kind of poster you put on the door. It takes up the whole door. And then a bottle of sauce with the upside down label in the box. And if I beat the score, whoever it is, whoever wins would get their choice of the two. I asked, it's not required, to cover the shipping. And if they do, they do, and if they don't, they don't. And Ab Superman already donated $2 because he wants to help cover the shipping either way. No, at the moment I'm talking on the phone, but yes, I do have popcorn. So is Nike making a Billy Mitchell shoe? No, the question is Billy Mitchell making a Nike shoe? Good point. Tracy, all the way from England. Okay. You're on speaker, sir. What's your language?
Alright, what's going on, Chad? This is DJ CC coming to you live for the Billy Mitchell live stream. How's everyone doing tonight?
Uh-oh. You know what happened?
No.
You came on and the viewership just cut in half. That's all right. They'll get over it. Hey, remember the guy that was on here the past few streams? His name was Peter. Well, my wife put the screws to him. So. Hey, Phil. You're going to have to suffer through the joystick, sir. I wonder if greasy fingers are going to help.
One track, just said this. okay, Billy?
Things are okay. We're off and running. Oh boy. Oh boy, we lost our DJ. Funny. Oh boy. Smoked meat. Hey, that's from Pure Ponage. Which? All right, that phone's demonized. right, no more drop calls.
We'll see what the phone company says.
I just called them. They said it wasn't us. They said it was you.
Is that what you do? Blame me when Neil's not around?
Keep them coming. All right.
Let's see here. Mystic Rick, any fun plans for the holidays? I can't speak for Billy, but for me, I plan on seeing Trans-Siberian Orchestra. It's got a new Christmas tradition for me.
Trans. What are you trying to say?
What do you think he's trying to say? Let's see here. Seahorse says, good way to get us invested in the game. I'm glued to the screen to see if you beat the 581,200 score. Here, Mr. Rick. Nice. TSO comes to my area every winter. Yeah, they seem to hit my area as well. I saw them once, and that was enough to get me hooked. I have seen 3 out of their 4 rock operas. I need to see this. I need to see the last one, but unfortunately, they're not touring with the one that I need to see. But it's still an amazing show. And fun fact, I actually tried showing Billy clips of their live show to see if that would get him interested. He goes, "Wow, you're talking to someone who doesn't even turn on the radio."
Yep.
I told him, you're talking to a guy named Concert Cruiser. What'd you think I was going to do?
All right. Wild Barrel got us, sir.
Let's see here. Tom Brockman says, hey, Billy.
So Tom, how we doing? Yeah, I don't have a reason why I'm not a music nut like some people. It's just... Oh,
It's not even so much a music geek thing, but rather like their stage show is just enormous. It's like the most elaborate Christmas display you'll ever see, and the stories are just heartwarming.
Haven't you seen the movies? I don't have a heart.
I know there's one. Let's see here. Mystic Rick says, what's on the snack menu for DK? Carl's Ego. And maybe a few other losers too.
Alright, I'm gonna put the popcorn away. That's very unusual.
Oh, not good, not good, not good. Got hit. It's the popcorn's fault.
Well, I put the popcorn away, and if you know me, it's more likely that I put the Donkey Kong away than a popcorn. Actually, hold on one more second. Let that game die. All right, we're back.
All right.
So anyway, over the weekend, I went up to Ottumwa, Iowa, where Old School Arcade, which is basically a continuation of Twin Galaxies in Ottumwa, opened up a barcade, pizza, arcade,
Yes, how was that trip?
It was good, and what we did was we hung a plaque commemorating the 40th anniversary of Life magazine, the iconic photo. There was a couple of us players there, one cheerleader, Walter Day. There were some fans there, people who were there who weren't necessarily players, but they were enthusiasts. Of the past 4 mayors, 3 of them were there. It was actually pretty cool. It just rained. So then, after that, in the evening, we went to the theater at the Ottumwa Hotel. And it showed Walter's movie, Arcades and Love Songs.
Very touching movie too, guys. It's worth watching.
I was quite shocked prior to the movie coming on. It's cold in Florida. Yeah, you kidding? It was frigid 52 degrees this morning.
Yes, it feels really nice.
So we go this way. Let me see if I can find it for you guys. Come on. This was previewed before the movie. Come on, what's going on?
What are you trying to get to?
Come on. This is unbelievable. Let's try it here. So just before the movie would start, you know how they have previews and different things like that going on? Well, they had a particular preview that came on.
Of a movie?
All right, it's time to give up. All right, that's the end of that. See, that's why I wanted you to send me just the link and not the link off of the X page. Because I can't get it to play now.
Yeah, Neil.
No, that was you that sent it to me.
You told me to send it to you up via the X page.
Yeah, but I clicked on it on Saturday and it played very fine. I'm clicking on it now and it won't come on.
Well, let me see.
Too late now, I'm playing.
Well, we'll try again if you happen to get a game over.
Yeah, does it sound alright?
Alright, let's see. Let's get back to the chat here. It's here. Johnny Joystick says, just watched Arcades and Love Songs last week. Really good. Definitely recommend it. I agree.
Can I help you?
Let's see here. Dominic Duffy, what are you spending Jobs' money on?
Nothing. It's all being invested. See, now I'm not on live.
Let's see here. Dominic Duffy, what are you spending Jobs' money on?
Nothing. It's all being invested. Okay. Okay, no more playing with the phone.
Let me see something here.
Was there cake at the movie? Yeah, there sure was.
But you should all know, sadly, we did lose someone with the cake. Turns out there was a girl in there before the guy baked. go through the. So here, Ben Brown says, I had a rough weekend. My 16-year-old cat was battling pancreatitis. He survived and seems to be recovering, so that's nice. But it was a rough few days. Sorry to hear that, Ben. Let's see here. Young Billy says, Real Billy here. Sorry, guys. There's another Billy out there? I didn't know that.
Yeah, the real Billy Mitchell.
Let's see here. Pixel says, how many arcade machines do you have, Billy?
How many do I own? None. How many do I have? Well, there's 2 cabinets here, 3 games. Alright, 9,000.
Let's see. Pixel says, I got myself an arcade 1-up recently. Pixel, I bought one of those things myself. I got the Pac-Man, like, Ultimate Edition that has, like, all the various different versions of the game. And it was fun. However, I noticed the controls weren't the best. Like, they weren't as accurate. It felt like there was a delay on them. And I just realized I didn't play it as much as I thought I would. I guess I'm just more of a platformer than a Pac-Man guy. Let's see here. Peter Card says, are you planning on upgrading to a video game player of the Eon?
Yeah, but I gotta wait till I'm that old.
See here, Mr. Rick says, nothing like the click-clack noise of an arcade machine.
Yeah, I got a friend who gets totally annoyed watching the stream, listening to the joystick. I said, well, I'll try to play without the joystick. Hey, how long is an Eon anyway?
2.
Too long?
Exactly. Let's see, your Eon is 1 billion years.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, that was a good shot with the blue barrel there.
Yeah, watch what happens after that.
Oh!
So this weekend I was asked the same question I get asked every time.
And that question is?
So, when you play, are you bored? Or do you find it interesting? Right? Is it fun? And I always said the same thing. When I play the infield, which in this game, the infield is the first 14 boards. On board 15, it reaches maximum difficulty. At that point, it's good. At that point, it's challenging. It's fun. It's satisfying. Prior to that, it's like digging clams on the beach.
See here, Marcus Uchilla says, "Damn, look at this king go." Let's see here. Tarzaville plays Atari 2600 says, "Time to buckle down and get serious here." And speaking of Atari there, Tarzaville, I actually got to meet Howard Scott Warshaw, the creator of the E.T. game that caused the infamous video game crash, and told him that I saw the movie Atari Game Over, and for those who haven't seen the movie, it's basically kind of about Atari and the whole E.T. and the excavation of finding the games, and just wondering, did the E.T. game really cause the downfall of Atari? And a colleague in this movie, one of Howard's colleagues in the movie, said, "No, Atari basically just committed suicide." And when I met Howard Scott Warshaw, I told him, I think that's actually the wrong word to use. He goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "I think the proper term is overdose. Because judging by all the research I've done on Atari, it seems like they had this idea that once they struck it big, they could just release anything and nothing would happen to them. Kind of like a druggie who does, one too many drugs. Until they take that one that just ends it." And to which Howard actually agreed with me, and that was pretty cool. Because Howard is actually a therapist now. See, DK Mikey says, "BRB, going to play some Donkey Kong Jr. Have fun."
Alright. That's it. So I look back on different games, and it doesn't matter what game I name, somebody's going to argue with me. Like, Kangaroo was Atari's answer to Donkey Kong. I mean, have you played Kangaroo?
I have not.
Well, save your efforts.
I guess it. Honestly, I think we need to kind of look at it. No offense to Atari, they definitely earned their spot in not just video game history, but popular culture. But I think we need to at least start acknowledging that it was popular because it was a product of its time. Because honestly, you look at the cover art of the video games and then play the actual game, it's they're nothing alike. And most of it's Most of it was pretty block shaped as well. Let's see here. Pixel says, wiki description, Kangaroo is one of the first arcade games similar to the style of Donkey Kong without being a direct clone. Let's see here. Make sure to tell. Let's see here. Mace says, make sure to tell Billy Mitchell III Happy Veterans Day from us.
Well, thank you very kindly. Didn't you say he was on there?
Wait, young Billy is actually your son?
You're on dope.
Some people think so. See here. Mayor Hager says, time to try the jalapeno sauce, I guess.
Okay. Thank you, Mace.
Let's see here. Mix Flags that calls you the Donkey Kong Crusader.
That's actually a cool name. I'll take that. Oh, come on. You know, if I just went up the damn ladder, I wouldn't be. You have to convince me to stop trying to get all these points.
Let's see here.
Strongest Robert says, your streams are so relaxing, Billy. You should try it from my side.
And KPK says, hello, you absolute legend.
Thank you, sir. KPK. Now, as somebody has looked through the stream for me, those that are watching, we have a major major crybaby detractor with us. So we welcome all.
Yeah. The sad thing is, too, is that, you know what? I actually invited these people onto the stream and said, look, if you don't like my answer, feel free to ask Billy. Go ahead. Do it. And they wouldn't do it. One guy tried claiming that he's 45 years old. He's not going to be, tricked into anything. I'm like, if you're 45 years old, you'd be an adult and would start acting like one. So ask him what concerns you have. And I wouldn't do it. So, do you know if Walter has any plans to do a second album?
No. I'm trying to convince him, with all the conventions we do and all, I'm trying to convince him to play live at one of the conventions. Now, one of the all-time best conventions that I've ever done and ever been at is the one in Nashville. So what's a better place to show your music off than in Nashville?
Music City, USA.
Yeah. It's called the Multi-City Musicon, I think.
Let's see here. Pixel says, I love the Oxford American issue spring 2006 title, The Perfect Pac-Man.
Actually, I like that one too. Those people were very nice.
Let's see here. It makes sense. Could you tell us about your time at the Nike photo shoot? Those throwback style ads were so accurate. A lot of us thought they were AI before your video came out.
Yeah, when I got there, they were very accommodating. I could stay there. I could spend time. I could visit. I could stay extra days. But because I was there, without any member of the family, I said, nope, I want to go in, I want to come out. So I got there Thursday morning, and I think it was Friday we did the shoot, and I came back Saturday. Yes, that quick. But
And what was the shoot for?
it was for Nike. As you know.
Oh, yeah, but did they have you promote a shoe or something?
Oh, no, it's an entire clothing line. I mean, it was shoes, it was a jacket, it was hoodies, it was pants. Even socks. But I was sitting there holding a hairless cat, like something out of Dr. No or something. And just giving a evil look. I was sitting on a chair, like a throne, and just giving that look and that attitude. And the people were really nice, particularly the Nike people who flew in. You know, they came in from Texas.
Let's see here. Super Captain Chris calls you Billy Mitchell, gaming Jesus.
Well, I guess that's
Well, you got the hair for it.
I guess that's appreciated.
Let's see here. John Tron says, who's the guy reading the chats out for Billy while he is focused on DK? That would be me.
Yeah.
My name is Concert Bruiser, and Billy wasn't able to read the comments while he played, so I suggested, well, how about I read them off to you while you play? And this is our third time doing this now. Marta says, "What's the most modern game you tried to play professionally?"
Fix It Felix, which is not really a modern game, but I played that just prior to the movie coming out. I was the first one to complete it, first one to hit the kill screen. Little side note though, I was given early access to it.
So you said it's not really a new game, then what is it?
It's an old game that would be in the 80s that was put together for the point of the movie Wreck-It Ralph.
Yes, and I believe they modeled the arcade manager after Walter, right?
Correct.
Let's see here. Saprisi says, "How much different is it to play Donkey Kong at home in comparison to a crowded arcade from back in the day? It has to be put into consideration, especially when getting a world record."
I find that I have better luck and better fortune inside the loud, crowded, chaotic arcade. If you go on the YouTube channel, for example, look at the score of 1,000,092. Okay, it was crowded. People were brushing against you. I mean, the music was blaring. Lights were flashing. I mean, it was strobe lights. It was like being inside of a dance hall, discotheque, a rock concert. You couldn't hear yourself. And that's the way the arcades were. But I think that it's possible that because of that, it forces you to focus and have tunnel vision as to what happens on the screen. That really is the way it was back then in the arcade.
Let's see here. May says, "I've noticed Stafford Beats appears in a lot of your skits and shorts from your videos. How did you two meet?"
Forgive me. Who is Stafford Beats?
I have no idea. Matthew Phillips says, "What's the last rock concert that Billy saw?"
Probably the one I saw on TV because it was part of a movie. You'd have to know me. I'm kind of strange. I never been to a rock concert.
The only concert Billy's ever been to is Walter's.
Oh yeah, there was a whole, 62 people there.
I'm actually kind of hoping that Walter does get to be Taylor Swift, though. He seems to be a big source of inspiration and influence on him.
Yeah, absolutely. Man,
Me personally,
you guys wouldn't know it, but I've had kind of a very narrow life. I just chose it that way. I don't have a reason. For example, no, I've never been to a rock concert. I've never drank alcohol. Brace yourself here. Even Concert Cruiser will learn something here. Watch the screen. Watch what happens. Geez, I'm in that much of a hurry. Like that would have really made a difference. Maybe I should start drinking. Billy, white or colored Christmas lights? Colored.
What keeps you playing Donkey Kong, Billy? After beating the game so many times, you still don't find the gameplay stale?
No, actually, I don't find the gameplay stale, but the truth is, I never play it except if I'm on stream. The last time I played was when you guys saw me. The next time I play after this will be when you see me. What happened was I started streaming, unfortunately, and you meet friends and you become friends and you have, like, I don't know, things in common, and you talk about each other and how you're doing, and with those friendships, you know, you don't want to, you don't want to give them up.
Let's see here. Pixel says, I think you would get extremely narrow tunnel vision after smoking a little joint. The best way to get sucked into the game. Let's see here. As someone who doesn't drink alcohol but has tried it, I can tell you, yeah, you ain't missing much. It tastes rather disgusting. Let's see here. KPK says, Billy Mitchell and Angry Video Game Nerd crossover. When? You'd be good in the skit.
Yeah.
Let's see here. September Clue says, finally, caught Billy live. I used to think this guy doesn't matter now. He slays anyone that comes his way with negativity. Love this guy now. Wonder how old Carl is doing.
Oh, the guy Patrick. Look at the last comment about Patrick Stafford. To be honest, I never knew his name. I mean, I never knew his last name. But yeah, Patrick is the one who helps me with a lot. No, you are absolutely right, Mace. Boy, you know your stuff. How do you rate the parody, Billy, and Angry Video Game Nerd, the movie? Actually, I've never seen it. But what was the one, gee, there was a couple... Oh, the person with alcohol? Who said it tastes disgusting? Well, I got one for you here. This one will surprise even you. Okay? I don't have a reason why I never drank alcohol. I just never did. Okay? I don't look down on you if you do. I just never did. Okay? You know, I just, you know, there wasn't some tragedy in my life that ran me away from it. However, I've never drank coffee. How about that?
Not missing much either. Me personally, like, I'm willing to try, some of this stuff, but once I realize I don't like it, I'm not going back. No. Like, to this day, I still don't see what the big deal is with In-N-Out Burger. I've tried it twice. It tastes like a knockoff Big Mac. Let's see here. Super Captain Chris says, do you still play pinball from time to time?
Only when I'm with somebody who wants to play. For example, come on. For example, my wife wants me to get a pinball in the house because she enjoys it.
That sounds like fun.
Do I drink Monster Energy drink? No, I don't.
Those are also gross.
Yeah. To be honest, energy drinks I'm sure are fine. I just no. And as far as they're bad for you, well, I guess they have caffeine and different stimulants, so how bad are they compared to others? Probably not.
Okay, so why is it that every time you die once, you start the whole thing over?
Yeah, why is that? No, I'm sitting here trying to squeeze every stupid point, and in the end, it matters very little. And I shouldn't be doing that. So.
Okay, Spam Goody wants to know, what do you drink?
I drink Coke Zero.
Good choice. Let's see here. Superman says, "Hey Billy, I have to wake up early. Gonna hit with hay. See you next week."
What are you talking about? You're Superman. You don't need any sleep.
Let's see here. Silver Knight says, "There's a diner near my house. They have a whole bunch of old pinball machines that they restore."
Wow.
Let's see here. Matthew Phillips says, "Just a thought. Would Billy consider running the boards instead of trying to point press so we can see how he navigates the later levels?"
Yes. As a matter of fact, if I don't get a game going here shortly, then I'll go ahead and stop trying to scavenge points. There's there's 2 more dangerous boards before the end of the infield.
So here, Derek asks, "What's your favorite pinball machine?"
Well, let me tailor the question a little. What's my favorite older pinball machine? It was probably Evel Knievel.
So here, Mace's back says, "A lot of people stress drink from their work life. I'm surprised you never felt compelled while running the restaurant. Restaurants have a reputation of being really stressful working environments."
You're absolutely right. The restaurant is divided into a couple different worlds. The restaurants that the stress absolutely eats the person alive and has a very negative impact on their personality. That person exists. There's also the people who enjoy the pressure because they enjoy the challenge, and I very much fall into that.
Let's see here, Walter, I'm assuming not your Walter, says, "Any chance of being able to purchase a bulk-sized chunks of Ricky's from the shop?"
Yes, very soon.
Let's see here, Matthew Phillips back, he says, "I really like the modern Jaws pinball machine. Super fun with lots of footage and music from the movie." Let's see here. Dr. Jabroni says, "My favorite old pinball machine was the Pinbot."
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Let's see here. Zapressi says, appreciation to the person reading the comments. You're welcome." See here, May says, "Billy restarts the game so that when he's asked if he's on the same quarter, he can tell them, 'No, I'm not on the same quarter, I'm on the same man.' Just kidding.
No, that's no kidding. He must have heard me say that before. First time my wife saw me play, it was one of those. So how was your game? Which game? Your first game. This is my first game. You're still in your first game? No, I'm still on my first man.
Let's see here. Pixel says, this weekend I'm going to the screening of the 40th anniversary of Back to the Future. First time in my life in cinema. Loved it as a kid on VHS.
Man, can you imagine that? Never seen Back to the Future in the cinema. Wow.
I was actually lucky enough to meet Tom Wilson, the actor who played Biff in those movies. And when I met him, it was at Orlando MegaCon. I greeted him by quoting a song because it turns out he does stand-up. And he just lost it. He was so thrilled to see that someone had seen his stand-up. And I told him, like, yeah, I actually knew you from stand-up before I saw Back to the Future. And I kept quoting more and more of his material at him, and he was just pleased. Like he doesn't regret Back to the Future at all, but he's done so much, and still it's Back to the Future that people ask him about.
I wonder, and no joke, I would ask him this. The bad boy Biff that he played in the movie, do people associate him as being that rotten guy or that difficult guy to deal with? Because I never deal with that, you know, from anybody in person, but, you know, people, you know, talking, people writing, people who don't know how to separate, you know, what they see on screen from reality.
Let's see here. Pixel says, I hear it's really hard for him to play a tough guy because he's really a sweet person.
You know he's not talking. You know he's not talking about me.
I would say it's tough for him because the thing is that he actually is really tall, and when you're that tall, you do have height working for you. So it's not. So I can imagine it wouldn't be so hard to play someone that's quote unquote evil. Let's see here. Dr. Brony says another old pinball table I liked was Gorgon.
That was, I always said that was the first talking pinball, but I was told by somebody smarter than me it was actually the second.
Let's see here. Derek says Creature from the Black Lagoon was a good pinball machine too.
It's a good movie too.
Yeah, that's actually my favorite of the Universal monsters. Although I will admit I am a little biased because I was lucky enough to meet the man who played him, at least in all the underwater scenes, Rico Browning. Turns out the guy also created the show Flipper. Go figure. Let's hear. Matthew Phillips says, how's the progress of the upstairs game room coming?
The upstairs game room, actually, nothing has changed since you guys last saw it. Sorry to say. I'm going to try to move a little faster here.
let's see. Matthew says, has anyone seen the new Frankenstein movie? I have not yet. Although I will say Nosferatu was a really good movie.
Well, I saw Walter's movie, and some of the video game players in that look like they could be Frankenstein.
Let's see here. McSwag says, Billy, how often do you watch movies in theaters?
Well, there was a day and time when I saw every movie that came out. Now, the last movie that I saw was the new Top Gun movie. Because that's kind of, it's the old style of movie. You know, the old thing, oh, they don't make movies like they used to. Well, they don't.
Let's see here. Terrific Book says, I first heard about you on the King of Kong because of your interview with Chris Jericho on his podcast years ago.
Yeah, that wasn't that long ago. A year and a half.
Give or take, yeah. I actually met Chris not too long ago at Spooky Empire. He was busy signing, so I didn't really have much of a chance to chat with him. But I pulled up Billy on my phone and said, I know Billy. The guy says hi. Like, yeah, send him my greetings.
No, he was a great guy to deal with. There are people in the industry that are like awesome to deal with, and there's people who are anything but awesome. He was definitely awesome.
He was to me, because that actually was the second time I've met him. The first time was when I saw his band Fozzy in concert, and I actually waited out to buy his tour bus to see if I could meet him, and lo and behold, he did. He met me, he signed my album, and he's a really good front man. Let's see here. Derek is back. He says, what was one of your favorite films you saw in the theater?
Back to the Future. You know, that type of movie, Back to the Future. I'll tell you a movie I like that almost none of you will have seen. Was a movie called Time After Time. It was like, must have been the early 80s. Like, pretty much.
What was the movie about?
Oh, it was 1893, where Jack the Ripper escaped into the future in a time machine. Remember when I was a kid, I went to go see Invasion of the Body Snatchers. What was the first movie I ever saw as a little kid? Old Yeller and The Incredible Journey, both in one sitting.
I think the first movie I ever saw in theaters was, I think, Toy Story. You know, back when Disney was actually good.
Yeah, man, I have no idea what to say about Disney now.
See here, Matt's Burgerstrom says, what about 12 Monkeys?
I don't know that I saw that. No, I don't think I did.
See here, Derek says, last film I saw in theater was The Smashing Machine with The Rock. By the way, are you a UFC fan?
It's not that I'm not a UFC fan. Oh, Jesus. I just haven't really seen it.
I'm personally not really much of a sports guy, and like the closest I ever came to watching sports was, let's see here, professional wrestling and the American Gladiators.
Well, I'm definitely a sports guy in every sense of the word. I just haven't watched much wrestling. Now, the wrestlers that I've interacted with, like Miro or Chris Jericho, those guys were awesome. I mean, really awesome. And I would take advantage of any opportunity I had to meet with them again in the future, or to work with them in the future.
Let's see here. Mace says, is there a convention, show, or event you appeared at that stood out as particularly memorable or special to you?
Yeah, the one in Game Fest in Austin, because Ernie Klein and his wife were there. The 35th anniversary of Pac-Man at Namco's Arcade and Museum. That was really super. Because Professor Ayatwani, the designer of Pac-Man, he was there.
Let's see here. Matthew Phillips says, Billy can't stop point pressing. It's like a force of habit.
I'm going to pull back a tiny bit. Let me see other events. The Free Play Florida was always awesome. Southern Fried Gaming Expo was awesome. One-time shows that were incredible. All-Star Comic-Con. I say it was in Washington, D.C. It was actually right outside Washington, D.C. Anything at the Museum of Pinball was always cool.
Let's see here. Matt's Burger Strong says, any other arcade game that you just enjoy playing or not necessarily go for the high score?
Yeah, whenever I'm with friends, we always play doubles on Wizard of War. We always play doubles on Tutankhamun. Those are just short games. I often play Berserk, although I can tell you I absolutely don't enjoy it. If I ever thought about being part of a game development, not seriously.
started wearing a tie was because of Captain Canada?
No. First time I wore the American flag tie in video game competition was because of Captain Canada. Because he was wearing a cape. I wasn't going to be that goofy. So, this was in response to that. We have a bit of a joystick issue, I can see it. It hasn't hurt me yet, but I can see it.
So here, Derek says, I know it came out a few years later, but I always enjoyed the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4-player game. Oh, the beat 'em up there, Derek?
Well, almost every multiplayer game is cool because you're not just playing the game, you're playing against your friends or with your friends, depending on how you play. Okay, one more difficult board to get out of the infield.
Let's see here. Matthew Phillips says, what's Billy's favorite type of tie knot? I only ever learned how to do a Windsor knot.
Yeah, you know the one I do? I don't really know what it's called. I was in a difficult spot. I was walking into a meeting in Omaha, and I had to get it done. And I just figured it out, like literally sitting in the car. But I don't know what it's called.
See, the only other knot I know is slip knot. And for those of you who got that reference, thank you, Billy, to help you. It's the name of a metal band. Let's see here. May says, it pays to be well dressed. Try it. The next time you have a visit to the DMV or something, when people see a nice shirt and a tie, they treat you with a lot of class and perk up.
No, you're correct. We're not supposed to judge people based on that. But whether you like to admit it or not, people do judge you on that.
So here, Buster Chief says, you must have been one of the first professional gamers. How did you think that was even possible when I was young? Video games were a waste of time.
The first time I was paid to play video games was 1983. And to the best of my knowledge, there was only one person paid sooner than me. And that was like our life dream, was, to be paid to play.
Let's see here. Suppressi says, how did you stay positive throughout all the overwhelming false slander, if that very commendable?
Well, you stay positive based on the support you have from friends and particularly from family. But one thing that, on a negative side, one thing that pushed you further was each time you found out how deceptive the other side was incredible. a lot of which I haven't even spoken of yet. But it really, stuck in your craw. There are some people who were just expressing their opinions, but there's some people who just flat out went out of their way to lie or manipulate for their own agenda.
Hey, Silver Knight, welcome to the chat.
Very much.
Okay, so maybe you arcade gamers from the 90s can help me with this. When I was a kid, I saw this arcade game in the movie theater. I don't know the name of it. All I can remember is the cutscene. It was a concert, this big concert, this woman's performing, and then this massive hand comes down from the roof, grabs the singer, and then pulls her back. Can anybody tell me what that game was?
And you saw it in the arcade, huh?
Well, technically a movie theater, but an arcade that was in the movie theater. Let's see here. Silver Knight says, one of my favorite arcade games was like this Sega robot game from the 90s. You remember what the name of it was there, Silver Knight?
How does somebody have a favorite game and not remember the name of it? I mean, have another drink.
Let's see here. Spam Goody. Were the graphics cartoonish or digitized? Cartoonish. See, Rock and Rage. That's the name of the game? Okay. We'll have to go back and have a little trip down memory lane. Eating some member berries. Let's see here. Derek says, remember the movie The Wizard with Fred Savage about video games?
Oh boy.
Yes, I do. I saw it. I don't know if Billy did. Anthony Kitchen saying, I need to order a new Ricky's bottle. Yes, you do.
They have a subscription where for some small incentive, you actually get a bottle that comes in the mail once a month.
So your KPK says you could probably write a pretty good autobiography.
Yeah. KPK, thank you.
Now, have you ever played one of those arcade games that simulates like a summary where you actually have to look through like a viewport finder that you put up to your face? Have you ever played one of those games?
Yeah, like Battlezone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you think of that feature that when they introduced that in arcade games?
I didn't think anything good or bad. Come on, guys. Come on. Man, I just want to call it a night. Jesus. I'm going to try one more. Let's see, Battlezone, Seawolf, Subrock 3D. Thinking of the game that had those.
Let's see here. Matt says, I have a suggestion for a title of that autobiography. Billy Mitchell, Crusader for the High Score. So your Brightbird says Battlezone took many coins from me. See here, Juan says, has Billy mentioned what's the best DK arcade clone made by other companies?
No. Because the answer to that would be a non-answer.
Let's see here, KPK's autobiography suggestion is Billy Mitchell, Kong King.
Billy Mitchell will be sued. Is that what that says? Hey, Concert Cruiser.
What's up?
I like that one comment. It says Billy Mitchell will be sued.
Good luck.
No, we say that a lot on, or I say that a lot on X. But it's kind of like saying, you know, Shaquille O'Neal will be beat up or something like that. I mean, you're talking to the wrong guy.
Let's see here. May says Sean Evans with Hot Ones once said he no longer enjoys chicken wings because they remind him of work. Are you still able to enjoy your sauces and dishes from the restaurant after all these years?
Very much. Oh.
See here, Juan says, oh, so neither Kangaroo nor Congo Bongo nor any other comes close to capturing the charm of the original DK. I thought those would be worthy clones.
No, I actually got a Congo Bongo, being all excited about the idea of it. Ah. I was never excited about Kangaroo. Brightburn says, ask Carl how that worked out. Matthew says, give your brain a break. I would if I had one. Oh. All right, let's hit it. Let's pull back one step.
Let's see here. My two guy says, what is your favorite thing you've done with Carl's money?
Well, the RV is a lot of fun. Travel's a lot of fun. Going to Korea was a lot of fun.
Let's see here. May says, what does the King of Kong think of Donkey Kong 3? I always thought it was too different from Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr.
Yeah, we call that third world Donkey Kong.
Is that the one where he's solving like math problems?
No. It's the one where you're like a gardener with like a poison sprayer.
Oh, that one.
Plus, the guy that I don't know who has it now, but the guy who had the record on it for the longest time was the biggest stoner I ever met in my life. Favorite Pac-Man or Miss Pac-Man? Well, Pac-Man is the one that brought me all the way to Japan, so I'd have to say that one. However, I would not say that gameplay-wise because they're both very challenging and a different level of skill. Of the people who could do a perfect score on Pac-Man, which is a handful, the people who could play Miss Pac-Man to the end would be a handful. And of the people who could do both, there's probably about 3 of us. Maybe 4. Yeah, 4. No. Both? No, just 3.
Let's see here. My tube guy says, who is the runner-up video game player of the century?
There was a guy named Phil Britt who, if he was chosen, I mean, it wouldn't be something I could argue with. He was that good. If I had to criticize him, he had fallen out of circulation. But his scores and his performances in the 80s were incredible. They truly were. He wasn't the only one, but that's the one that comes to mind. Again, going back to the 80s, but a guy who fell completely off the wagon. Pixel, thank you very, very kindly, sir. Was Darren Olson of Calgary, Canada. He was incredible. Eric Jenner was incredible. And the person that I would say of just such raw talent, a guy named Todd Walker. But again, to say he fell off the wagon would be an understatement. I mean, he wouldn't even answer the phone if you wanted to call him. When the people from the movie wanted to talk to him, he wouldn't do an interview, he wouldn't do anything. He actually came out of his house, walked to the end of the driveway, and talked to him for a little bit. That was it. But he was like...
I never understood what... Go ahead.
No, but he was like stupid good at games. What he would do... I mean, he told me... What he would do is he would play a game until he could beat 99.99% of people at it. And then he wouldn't play it no more. He didn't have the highest score on any game, none. But you'd be in a room full of champions, and he could beat every one of them at a particular game, except one. To give you an idea, that's incredible, where, you know, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, all the way down the line. Sixth place was right on the heels, like within 1% of fifth place. 0.5%. Fifth place was within a half, less than 1% of fourth place. Fourth, third, second. They were all a smidgen apart. He was nearly 28% in front of second place. I mean, he was that good. When it came to the TV show, when they were actually on the show, that was the preliminaries. Actually on the show, of the 3 finalists, he came in third. So that shows you, you know, anything can happen. But he was, I mean, he was the best. No, he came in second. He didn't come in third.
Ooh, that was a close one. Seer Juan says, has Billy played any home versions of DK? If so, is there any that he enjoys?
I'm at home right now and I'm playing DK. What's he talking about?
I don't know. What are you talking about there, Juan?
No, as far as platforms, no. Not at all. Because back when I was playing games, the games on the home platform, they didn't compare to the games that were in the arcade. And of course now they do, but back then they didn't. We used to laugh at them, thinking they would never amount to anything that could compete with the home. Boy, were we wrong.
Seer Derek says, are your kids big gamers too?
My son, yes. My daughters, they'll play for a little while, then get bored and go do something else.
Seer May says, what lessons from competitive gaming have been most useful in running a successful business?
Well, what translated from my personality into the restaurant, into the hot sauce business, was a drive for perfection. Never quite being satisfied.
Seer Operation Shutdown says, does your son prefer new games or classic games?
Oh, he gets bored with classic games real quick. So the answer is no, newer games.
Seer Spam Goody says, did you ever like playing Galaga? That's the one of the only games I can get a high score on.
No, I liked Galaga. I liked watching Galaga. I just never dedicated much time to it.
What would you say was perhaps the worst arcade game that you personally have played?
That's crazy. There's like too many to name.
Seer, welcome to the chat there, Morbius.
Like you say, there was a time in the arcade industry where they were just flooding the arcade with anything because you could put anything out there and it would make money.
Seer, KPK says, what was it about Donkey Kong that made you focus on that particular game?
Well, I always wanted to play games with the highest popularity because that was more significant. You know, you can get a world record on bomb jack and nobody cares because you're the only one who plays it.
Were you intentionally trying to set a world record, or did you just thought, like, okay, let's see how high I could go, and then you just ended up getting one?
No, I was out to beat everybody. When I was playing, I was out to beat everybody around me. I beat everybody in the arcade. I would look for people who thought they were good. And then eventually, when it was real simple, nobody in the arcade could compete with me. And there was a couple guys who were really good. Then I started traveling to other arcades. I traveled to other arcades to see what high scores there were. And then traveling to other arcades. Then I remember being on the road. And we're on our way to the World's Fair in Tennessee. And every time the car stopped, I'd go and I'd run inside wherever and see what the high scores were. None close.
Let's see here. Not Neil HD says, Danny says hi, he wants to go have chicken and waffles.
Danny's mentally ill. Danny puts hot sauce. Danny puts hot sauce on his waffles.
That's a bad idea.
No, he's a bad kid. No, he's a good kid. Danny goes back to Danny goes back to Fun Spot all the way to like more than 20 years ago.
Let's see here. May says, are any classic arcade games that you love to watch people play and compete, but didn't like playing yourself?
Yeah, I didn't play much Galaga. But Galaga is an awesome game.
When was it that made you finally decide that you were done with video games and ready to retire from the whole thing?
Well, the time was... It was the competition that I loved. And in the early 1986, video games, the golden age as we call it, came to a close. That's when they stopped having organized competitions and events. And that's when I looked at the situation and realized, you know, I couldn't sit here and play video games my whole life. Even though maybe I wanted to. And I started to focus outside that on a career and other obsessive goals.
So your spam buddy says, poor bomb jack champion out there, the best at something no one cares about.
Yeah, like for example, I really don't know who has that record, but it would be somebody who has other records, and that's just you know, like something that's obscure that they have.
See, Pixel back with another $2 tip. Thank you so much, Pixel. Or €2, I should say.
Thank you very kindly.
Yeah, see, I have a record. Several. I have several signed vinyls. You see them. Now, what's about the fighting games that you did not like?
I think I enjoyed playing against the machine more than against people.
Well, I mean, you can still play against a machine in fighting games.
Oh yeah, that's true. So that's a lousy excuse.
Let's see here. MC Native says, have you ever tried to memorize the pattern of springs on level 4?
Yes. I have them down, no problem. Jared might be out there. Ask Jared if he's out there.
Jared, are you out there? Pixel says, I think classic arcade games have a set of rules and defined patterns, easy to get into, hard to master. Let's see here, and Derek just sent a $1.99 tip saying Happy Veterans Day.
Thank you very much, sir.
Let's see here, NC Native says, is there a number to the pattern on level 4 springs on the elevator? Like 50 springs come out and the pattern starts over?
No. No, there's not. It's just a random, different bunch of springs.
You know, I personally have a thought here. If these games that work off randomizers, does that really make it a fair competition? Just because, you know, what if someone doesn't get like the same amount of point potential than some other game?
There's nothing fair about video games.
All right, touche. Let's see, Mace is back. He says, is there a trick on the 100M level to manipulate the fire of enemies? I always get closed on, or they block me when climbing up the ladder.
No, there's no.
I'm guessing the M stands for million.
No, meters.
Oh, meters.
Derek, thank you very kindly, sir. Happy Veterans Day to you. Okay, we are
Now,
up.
what's something that most people don't know about the old days of Twin Galaxies that you think they should know?
Well, Twin Galaxies would keep high scores. Howsoever, in order to get your score in Guinness, a Twin Galaxies score was not good enough. The rules of Guinness were that a score had to be done in a contest setting under proper observation. So the Twin Galaxies scores were separate from the Guinness scores. That's why every score that I ever did was in a contest setting under proper observation. So the idea that people said that I didn't get a score didn't hold water. That was just a crybaby whine.
Speaking of crybabies, there are some people who believe that Twin Galaxies felt more like this high school clique, or it was ran very much like one. Would you say there's some truth to that?
To say there was a clique, I don't know. There's those of us that went to, you know, every event we could. Is that a clique? I don't know of a
Let me
single.
specify. Instead of a clique, let's call it like some exclusive club that you have to kind of like fight your way into.
No, anybody was welcomed. You'll never meet anybody who said that they wanted to be a part of something and they couldn't or they weren't allowed. But it makes for a good movie.
It did. It did. I have to admit, it did. Let's see here. NC Data says, do you have a high score board 1?
High score board 1. I guess
Yes,
not.
I have no idea what he means by that. Let's see here. NC Native. What's the highest he scored on the first board?
13,200. And I did that at Fun Spot. Might have been like Fun Spot 2000. $13,200. That's the highest I know of. But I actually watched Brian Coog get 13,100. That was at Fun Spot. That was at Fun Spot also.
See here, Brightburn says, everything being equal, which do you find more challenging, Pac-Man or Donkey Kong?
Well, I mean, as far as now, Donkey Kong, because Pac-Man, I did what I had to do. I learned what I had to learn in order to do a perfect score. I got what, almost 400,000 to go. What's the next question?
Let's see here. Operation Shutdown says, in King of Kong, they said the Fun Spot Donkey Kong machine was notoriously difficult, even saying it was possessed. Do you find certain machines have different difficulties?
Yes, whether they're truly more difficult or if they're just perceived, I don't have that answer. The machine that I know that is absolutely more difficult, I mean, it's flat out more difficult, I can point it out if you play, is the one at Galloping Ghost. Nintendo did release different versions, and one that they called, you know, more fireballs, more barrels, more aggression, was one of them.
Let's see here. Pixel says, how do you feel about Cartoon Network today?
I think Cartoon Network is fine. I don't...
Fun fact here, Pixel, is, believe it or not, that wasn't the only time they used Billy's likeness. It was there was a regular show through Nintendo 3DS game where Billy's character, Garrett Bobby Ferguson, was one of the bosses. But in a way, I think Billy had the last laugh because the game sucked.
Wow, that was rough. That fireball was brutal.
Let's see here. Mace is back. Would you consider releasing some limited edition commemorative bottles in the 12-ounce size? I want a big bottle to display next to my vintage Donkey Kong plushie.
We will be doing that.
Okay. My two guy says, what real life activity do you think helps the most mastering these games, and what do you think allowed you to gain your ability to focus?
No, the focus just comes through perseverance. I think stubbornness is perseverance. I don't really know the right word. But theoretically, and it's not easy, but theoretically I don't get upset at failure, because failure teaches a lesson. Hey, watch
Let's
this.
see here. Juan says, what do you think is the most egregious misconception that people have about regarding lawsuit and internet drama?
Well, people are so ignorant. I mean, somebody says it, so you believe it. I mean, that's like extremely weak-minded. If you look into it, you find the truth to be far different. You know, why is it that nothing, not a single point, nothing, either in California or in Australia, stood up in court? Most of it was never even brought into court. And then somebody who's been found so liable and egregious by a judge, many judges, people still talk about or support or quote the things that they said. I mean, I can't fix stupid.
Let's see here. Has Billy seen the Minecraft movie? And if so, does he think Jason Momoa's character was an homage to him?
No, I haven't seen. Wow. Okay. This is going to be a long run.
Yeah, speaking of which, what's the longest you've ever played Donkey Kong in one sitting with no breaks as Operation Shutdown?
I think I played 20 hours. I keep saying that I'm going to do a 24-hour stream to see who can watch for 24 hours. Because when I did it for 20 hours, there were like 4 people that made it all the way through.
I think the only people who would are your detractors.
Good point. Yeah, Neil says 24 hours. I thought it was 20. Now, maybe over the Christmas break, I'll do a 24-hour stream. Because my son will be here. Remember when I did the 24 hours? He was here. He went to sleep on the couch. He woke up and I was still playing.
How'd you manage to stay up?
What do you mean, how'd I manage to stay up?
Stay awake.
It was too exciting. It was too exciting to go to sleep.
Let's see. Juan says, is there any other video game record holder as famous as Billy? I mean, it seems whenever there is an homage or parody of a pro video game, it's always a Billy-like type.
To be honest, for reasons that are hard to understand, I've had the good fortune of becoming the most famous or infamous, or both.
Okay, now everyone always asks you about King of Kong, but what's something most people don't know about chasing ghosts that you think they should know?
Well, chasing ghosts, they were out to follow the lives of Alright, that's the end. They were out to follow the lives of everybody who was in Life magazine. Of everybody in Life magazine, in that famous iconic photo, there was the one guy in the back with blonde curly hair in the center. Would appear to be a little taller than others. It's just because what we were standing on. They never found him, ever, not hide nor hair. Like he got on a surfboard in California to go to Hawaii and never showed up. So,
Well, really?
yeah, they never ever found him. Other guys that went to prison for 18 years, they found him. He wouldn't talk to them, but they found him. Another guy changed his name. They found him. I don't think he talked either. Another guy changed his name, but we had always been in contact with him. He just changed his name to change his name. I'm thinking on and on. Most everybody. Another guy they didn't really talk to. He didn't change his name, nothing. He's just a reclusive guy. Actually works in the gaming industry. He's the nicest guy you'd know. He just never talks to anybody. Never. I haven't talked to him since, I don't know, 1985 probably. But the guy that they could never find. And we remembered years later, when I say years later, That was filmed in 2005, released in 2007, and it was probably about 2000, about 10 years after that. Yeah. Maybe 12, 11. Yeah, maybe it was Walter's birthday party, which was in 2019. And we had remembered that a Boston newspaper wrote an article, and he was in the article, and in the article he talked about how he had just had a daughter, and the daughter had a very, very unique name, a name I've never heard before, a very common word. No, I don't want to give it to you. A very common word, just never heard anybody name that. Like if you named your kid computer, or lampshade or something like that. Very unique name. Never heard it before. So Walter went on Facebook and found one person in all of Facebook with that name. And we called that person. It was a young lady. She would have been about the right age. She said hello. She was friendly. And we asked her if she was who we thought she was and the daughter of who we thought she was. And she said, yes, she is. She says she doesn't see or talk to her dad much. But yes, we have the right person. So we asked for his phone number. She gave us phone number. I called him. And I had about a half an hour conversation with him. So after all that, never finding him ever, once, ever, we then found him. And we talked for a long time, and I tried to encourage him to come to the event in Southern California. But he said he didn't think he could make it, and he did not make it. And I haven't spoken to him since. But that's a chasing ghost thing. They were ostracized by a certain amount of players because some people didn't like the way they were portrayed in the movie. I never had a problem with it. Imagine that, me. I didn't have a problem with the way I was portrayed. But it's like their goal was to look at the person from 1982 and then look at them today and sort of make fun of them. I guess I'm the one that they didn't, or at least made the least fun of, as I'm told. I haven't seen the movie. But there was one commitment they made to us that they broke, and because they broke that commitment, they were ostracized by a certain amount of people, a certain amount of players in the movie. And occasionally I still talk to people from that company, one in particular. We have very friendly conversations, and they've gone off to do other things. That's all. At the time, there was, I think, 7 different camera crews following us, but 2, King of Kong and Chasing Ghosts, those were the 2 big ones. They had more money and more equipment than any of the others. So the others took their footage and eventually sold it to the big 2. And so there's a lot of footage in the film of the big 2 that they got from other sources. Do I think Walter should have been included in the That's Life photo? When we were in the street, again, way back in 1982, I said to him, I yelled, I said, "Come on, Walter, you're a world champion too." At the time, he had the world record on make tracks, but he kept insisting it was about the players. And I says, "Come on, you're a player too." But he didn't go for it. And so he wasn't in the picture. We could have just as easily dragged the make tracks in the street and done it. But later on, maybe it was for Fix It Felix or Wreck It Ralph or one of those. We took that photo shoot, and way in the back, way off to the side, there was Walter leaning up against like a Fix It Felix machine. Again, just for fun, that photo was done. So yes, he should have been in the picture.
Speaking of which, if you actually look at the photo that was taken of young Billy with all those other players, if you look really closely, Billy has a hickey on his neck.
They like to say that. That's okay. Okay, it says Matt Steele. Did he change his name? His name was Darren Olson, and he changed it to Chris Steele. And that was back in the 80s, and he did it just to do it. He said he did it for business reasons. If I see him sometimes, I'll still say Darren, and he'll correct me. So, it happens. There were two guys that came from Calgary, or from Edmonton. No, Calgary, Canada. They drove through Montana, all the way out to Iowa in November. Through the ice, they wiped out, but they were okay. And they picked up a guy in Montana, and the photo shoot was on Sunday morning. On Saturday night, they were out having silly fun, and one guy from Canada and the guy from Montana got completely sugar-faced, fell asleep, passed out, schnookered, whatever you want to call it, and it's Sunday morning, and they didn't wake up for the photo shoot. That was unbelievable that they went all that time and they missed their place in history because they were trashed. But I sort of thought about it this weekend when we were there celebrating and putting up the plaque for the 40th anniversary. Think about it. One of the guys from Canada was there. There were the other two guys, and of course the one guy who I know, and he wasn't a drinker. The one guy's there, and he shows up for the photo, but he must have been awake at the hotel room. He must have been saying, "Come on." He must have been trying to wake him up, and at some point he just had to make the decision to leave him there. I mean, tough decision, but he must have. Or maybe they said, no, you go ahead, we'll be along in a minute, and then maybe they laid back down and passed out again. I mean, I don't know, but if I saw him, I'd ask him that. And of course he'd say something dumb like, "Oh, I don't remember." How do you guys not remember this stuff? So, how do you juggle your gaming reputation with the demands of running a business? Can you walk us through what it's like to manage your company? Well, nearly every single person I know knows about me and my gaming history. The other day, the largest account that I have, and the guy that I deal with most directly with that largest account, he's a great guy. Wow. He's become a friend, and I'm glad I met him. But he didn't know anything until about a week or 10 days ago. And he says, "This is incredible to me." Incredible. He says, "How is it that a guy who plays Pac-Man and Donkey Kong," maybe he just said Pac-Man. He says, "How is it that a guy that plays Donkey Kong and Pac-Man comes to have a hot sauce company producing sauce?" And I says, "You got it all wrong." And he says, "What?" I says, "How does a guy that has a hot sauce company come to play Pac-Man and Donkey Kong?" You know, I reversed it. And he laughed and he said, yeah. But we had never talked about it. He's such a serious business guy and successful. But we just never spoke of it. And I'm always 100% serious trying to, you know, perform business-wise to his advantage. But everywhere I go, whether I go in Costco, Sam's Club, I go in the supermarkets, you know, I go to the big Cisco shows, every single person knows about it. Every person I deal with, anyway. They'll say hi, they'll ask me what's going on, they'll bring somebody, they bring somebody to meet me. Somebody says hi, they want a picture, they want a handshake, they got a question, they got a, it's you, you know, one of those. It happens every single day. Never, ever does it miss, ever. If I'm outside the house in public, it happens. Oh, where are we at here? Okay, Night Shift was showing at the Ottumwa Theater during the shoot. Did you guys see it? No. It's the first time I ever was told Night Shift was showing. Frosty's asking me about college football since I'm a sports fan. My son went to West Point, so we do watch them. We do watch their games, and of course they recently beat Air Force for the 4th year in a row. My wife is a graduate of the University of Miami, and every year Miami starts off strong, and every year they crash and burn. Okay? There's something wrong with football teams that have the name Miami in it. Like there's no football team anywhere that's ever been more disappointing than the Miami Dolphins. Okay, they haven't been good since sometime in the 80s. Okay, and when they have been good, they simply crash and burn. If your team has the name Miami in it, it cannot win with any consistency. That's funny, the missing spot in a historic picture. The unintended consequences of alcohol. That's funny, Juan, the way you say that. Are you normally at your business daily? I need to visit Ricky's. I live in Georgia. No. The only time I'm there is to collect the mail.
Can't confirm.
Can you share
I've
another...
actually been to one of the Ricky's locations, and I said, this looks like a topless bar. Seriously, because looking at the exterior, that's what it looks like, because there's no windows.
Can you share another power play story from your time in the industry? Like how you got your sauce into Cisco? I've gone to places before. I'll keep an eye out. I was trying to meet with this one guy, and I couldn't catch him. He's a great guy. His name was Mark. And he had a small chain. So I finally talked to somebody. I said, when is that guy here? No matter what, when is he here? And the guy said he's here every Thursday in the morning, no matter what. There's no chance he's not going to be here on Thursday. And I said, okay. So I had a little box with everything I needed. And I sat down, and now I'm eating. And it's like 11:15 in the morning, so it's not busy yet. And I'm sitting, and I asked if Mark was there. And they said, yeah, he's here. And I said, can I say hi to him, please? I'm a customer. They're not going to tell me no. They're not going to. So then this guy walks out, big guy, as tall as me. He walks out, he says, hi, can I help you? And I go, yeah, Mark? He goes, yeah. I go, hey, how you doing? I shook his hand. I go, can I speak to you for a minute? He says, sure. He sits down in the booth because I'm a customer. He's not going to tell me no. So I grabbed the sauce off their table that they use in their restaurant, which was just a brand name sauce. and I had a napkin. Some of you guys have seen me do the napkin test. I did the napkin with the sauce, and he's not saying nothing. He's just looking. All of this doesn't take 30 seconds. I go like this. I take the sauce that I brought with me, and I go right next to it. And I put it like that. And I said, and you see the quality difference. I says, that's the end of the quality question. Yeah. I said, that costs less than that. He goes, yeah. And I go, that's the end of the price question. And I said, and here. And now I pulled out the same bottle with his logo on it. And he goes, wow, where did that come from? And I go, well, it was my lucky guess that you would like that. He goes, yeah. He goes, no, I like that. He goes, wow. And that was it. I had my foot in the door. It took about 30 seconds, but I had to line everything up. Did I get lucky? Look up luck in a dictionary. Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. And I was prepared for that opportunity. Again, a strategy. I just had to get there. And from there, what did they have? They had four different barbecue places. Man, they're really good too. And it took a long time to get there because they were open in the store. You just couldn't catch the guy. And then if you did catch him, you wouldn't want to because he wouldn't have the frame of mind to listen to you, to talk to you, to pay attention. So I had to wait for that store to open. And then when I did pin him down to a location, I had to make sure it wasn't that new store because there'd be too much going on that he'd be trying to capture. I did it at a very veteran store where everything already ran smoothly. That's how I got him out to the table. Okay, my friend John, who lives in Miami, streamed himself going to Ricky's, and the service was awesome and super fast. I wish I could remember the server's name. What did the server look like? My M button on my keyboard is messed up. Bummer. Night shift is on the marquee. That's in the Life magazine photo. Wow. Yeah, the movie theaters were open then. Of course, they're not open now. And I don't know when they closed. But they closed, and then the theater's out on the highway by the mall. Now. Fox Mutter says scammer. Well, that clears everything up. What can I say? You're too smart for me. Johnny says I'm up late.
Well, late for you, perhaps.
Yeah. Karma doesn't exist. If it did, you wouldn't be winning so effortlessly. Who the hell cares about karma? Alright, so what did I miss? See, I like this guy. Fox Mutter. He just comes on and says scammer. What's he got everything all figured out? Maybe he can explain it to me.
But did you scam people?
But I mean, like, come on, how about an explanation here? Let's see.
You could ask a question. You're allowed to do that.
Well, let's see. There was in California. Okay, forget the fact that there were scoreboards, there were referees, there were players, there was industry people, there was managers. Okay, there were media people. Let's forget all those people. Everybody, whatever they were watching or looking at, let's just forget it. Okay, then it goes. Maybe he's talking about court. So it goes to court, and you're sitting in front of somebody who has no emotion, no skin in the game, none. He's there to look at the facts and the law. That's it. And in California, there was one judge. From that judge, we had to go to the appeals court where there was 3 judges. After victory there, we had to go to California Supreme Court where there were 7 judges. Any one of those judges could have, you know, called for the review and knocked it out. Okay. Then from that victory, we had to go back to the original trial court. Okay. And that's a total of 11 judges. Okay. No, that's 12 judges. Ooh. 12 judges. Take the one in Australia, the first one makes 13. And the final judge, which is 14. This is 14 people. Every one of these people had to go at least 8 years of education after high school. These are really smart dudes. Collectively, I remember calculating, geez, what did I calculate? Collectively, they had like 400 years of experience. 400 years. No emotion, no skin in the game, the law and the facts. And somehow, Mr. Foxmutter thinks he's smarter than them. If I read what he's saying correctly. Billy from Kansas, Dale Sutton, Harvey Weinstein. Billy, you're doing great, my son. Proud of you. Like, what does that mean? Harvey Weinstein. That's funny. Have I ever hosted a gaming event or competition at my restaurants to merge with the 2 passions? No, I've always kept them very separate. What's my favorite American arcade game? I didn't know there were any that weren't American. Well, I guess there's Japanese. Well, again, Pac-Man brought me to Japan. That's hard to argue with. Yet, Donkey Kong at Life magazine, that's what launched me into the competitive gaming world. So, let me say I'm torn between those. Okay, Harvey Weinstein says, Billy, you were accused of things you didn't do. I know the feeling. Stay strong, my son. Oh, let's pretend like this is Harvey Weinstein. No, never mind. Foxmutter will be sued. Yeah. It's funny. They always get behind, anonymous names. Nathan Smith says, I don't care what anybody says. Billy has the best hot sauce. That's a statement. I'll have to thumb wrestle anyone over. Call me out. And we got Patriot. Thank you. Nowadays, people believe what they see on the internet from their favorite content creator over real facts of the law. Yeah, they do. It's kind of interesting. Do you know how many points you couldn't possibly, I know you would know some, but how many points of sensationalism were touted through the YouTube world? We'll call it YouTube, other places too, but let's just call it YouTube. How many points of sensationalism were touted through there? And of course, I commented somewhere close to nothing. But how many points were touted through there? Not only did they not get brought up in court, they never even made the court documents. It's entertaining. Am I a millionaire? Well, I like to say I'm very rich, but I don't talk about millionaires. So there's a lot of measurements of that. So, but thank you for asking. Typical trolls on the internet who say things online but never in public. Boy, you ain't kidding, Derek. Boy, you know your stuff. Pixel. Thank you kindly, sir. Pixel just keeps coming. I know I ask every time, but are there updates on the developments with the Ricky's Chipotle sauce and formula? And you know what I should do? Is I got a couple of preliminary bottles. I think I still have 2, maybe 3. Probably 2. Man, I should maybe send you one so you can give me a report. So, the Chipotle would be the least hot of the sauces. Again, you wouldn't be buying that sauce because you want to get heat. You'd be buying it because you like the Chipotle flavor, the smoked pepper. So, Jaggy Babs, I appreciate the comment. Says it was brave of me to stand up for myself. Again, I had some help. Nobody greater than my son and my wife, but there were a couple of attorneys that helped me, and quite honestly, nobody could have afforded those guys and what they did, and that's what the other side counted on. Remember, always follow the money. What's my favorite Ricky sauce? I would say my favorite is the cayenne. Again, I use them all. What do I use the most? Cayenne. But it's also my favorite because it makes me the most money. That's honesty for you. Cayenne is the most common hot sauce pepper in the world. Most common hot sauce pepper used in sauces in the world. Therefore, because the competition is higher for that item, you can't really charge more money. Some sauces are more unique or rarer peppers, like ghost peppers, so they cost more because they cost more to get. Harvey Weinstein. Okay, are Todd's drag racers scores real? Well, I'm going to tell you guys some facts, and you tell me if they're real. Okay, the year was 1982. Okay, Todd had claimed to Activision that he got a score of 551. Okay, that was faster than Activision said was possible. They said what was possible was 557, so they were intrigued. Now, Activision was based out of Chicago. The honchos were out of Chicago. Well, Todd was out of Chicago, so that was very convenient. So they began inviting him to the consumer shows. Players were not allowed in the show. They were not. The first time I ever got in a show, I got in a show with a phony badge, and that's me. Okay? I didn't know Todd. But Activision was the pioneer company who wanted to bring players into the show. They would sit there, the developers would sit there and play a game that they're developing for 6 months. They'd get whatever score they got. And then at the show, a dozen kids would all beat their score. Because, you know, that's what kids do. You know, you can't fix your cell phone, give it to your kid, he'll fix it. But anyway, Todd walks into the show and he plays on the Atari 2600. Okay? He plays on their equipment at their show with their game that they're testing at the show. Okay? In front of their marketing people, their engineers. Okay? The media is there. Just because the media is there. They weren't there because of Todd. Okay, there were other players who were there. Okay? Todd is playing, and on their equipment at their show that he's never been to, in their booth with their equipment that he's never played on, and in front of them, he gets a 551. They take a picture, and they send it off to Guinness. 2 months later, at a show in Detroit, okay, those same executives have now hired Todd, and he plays at shows in order to entertain and show off their game. Okay, and on their equipment, at a show he's never been to, in their booth, playing their games that they brought there, on their controllers that they brought there, in front of their executives and marketers and engineers, in front of the media, in front of other players, he once again hits a 551. I want somebody in this audience to explain to me, in the remotest possible way, that Todd could have cheated. Just tell me. Explain it to me. Please. But you don't ever hear that. That's the real story. Those guys, those executives, those Activision people are still active in the industry today. They did an interview where they explained it just like that. They said, yes, we stand behind the score. Todd didn't even turn the score in. They did. I'll wait for someone to say that. You'd be honored to try the Chipotle sauce. Ricky hasn't missed yet. The Green Ricky's is the only sauce I've had that trumps Chipotle's jalapeno formula. Cholulas, excuse me. Cities lined up for conventions in the near future. December 19, 2021, I think. Whatever that Friday, Saturday, Sunday is. Orlando, Orange Beach Convention. Orange County Convention Center in Orlando. KPK, you gotta go. God bless. And remember, people are always trying to dethrone the king. Yes. Thank you kindly. Pandaree, thank you very kindly. Eric Eagle, thank you very kindly. Okay, this is good. Bro, you're trash at gaming. XD. K. Grandamian Gaming 1. Okay. Well, they got it all figured out. Todd's joystick was blue. Thoughts on Tommy Tallarico and in television? I met Tommy at... Where did we meet? We met in San Diego. Did we? No, we didn't. We met outside of E3 at Video Games Live. That was the first time I met him. He was very kind and very welcoming. And then when we were doing Kong Off 2 in Denver, he just walked into he happened to be in Denver, and he just walked into the one-up. And again, he was very kind and easy to talk to and easy to deal with, and he had a couple friends with him, and I couldn't think of anything bad to say to him with any interaction I've ever had with him. So those are my thoughts on Tommy Tallarico.
Do you keep up with gaming news?
No, I do not keep up with gaming news. So it's
Was it just the lawsuit that made you feel like you had to return to kind of prove that you are indeed as good as you say you are?
Well, I stopped playing to any serious degree in 2010. First I stopped in 1999. Okay, then I played again around 2005. Again, because there were movies or 2006, I'd say. There were movies and all that stuff that seemed to put a little pressure for me to do that. Then we go to 2010 is when I stopped again. And yes, I had considered myself stopped. But I always figured, I always figured that in 2019, I always figured I'd go back to Fun Spot and I'd hit a perfect game again for the 20th anniversary. I remember it being 2017, I think, 2016, playing Pac-Man at Free Play Florida with John Studley from England, who's a perfect score player. He's a great guy. And I remember saying, yeah, I can do this. And so I probably would have done that in 2019 anyway. But in 2018, with all that's going on, my son happened to be here over the summer. He was taking a break. He was on leave. And he's the one that set up the stream. And he said we were going to start streaming. And I told him, I said, I ain't doing that. I don't want to do that. He said, well, we're going to do it. And, you know, he was playing. He was streaming. I wasn't. I was sitting on the couch. But, I mean, he's my son, and he's here from school. And, you know, I want to spend time with him. And so I started streaming. And it was fun because it was the two of us. And then I hit 1 million 3 times, you know, in a week, right off the bat. And so it kind of got exciting. Do I remember the hype for virtual reality in the 1990s? Yeah, I do. So, all that hype was cool. It just wasn't enough to draw me away from the passion that I was living, which was other than video games. So I gave the explanation about Todd here, but I didn't get anybody. Wow, did I just see a comment disappear?
I think so. There's someone who wrote the word freak, and I don't see it anymore.
Because the bot here is pretty tough. It's not as tough as my wife, but it's pretty tough. So if somebody wants to try again, does somebody have an explanation, any possibility that could explain Todd's score not being legitimate? I'd like to hear it.
Okay, well, if I remember correctly from when I first started falling down the Billy Mitchell rabbit hole, some people believe that they were just boasting Todd so that it would help sell their game.
Okay, tell me the logic behind that. Tell me the evidence behind that. Tell me any history or reputation they have to that. Thank you, Pixel.
They didn't have any. It was just some random comments.
Did Todd actually use blue hardware? I figure that wouldn't matter because the Atari 2600 didn't use restrictor plates. Correct. I'll tell you some of the possibilities with Todd. Again, both in a video and in an audio interview, 2 different interviews. The creator of Dragster said that Dragster was created, my words, stamped out on more than one occasion from more than one location. So the most minute difference that could cause that 1/100th of a second click in a game could be explained that way. It could. There was more than one version of Atari 2600 stamped out. That could explain that 1 smidgen of 1/100th of a second. Because if you get a 551 and you do 1 better, you don't get a 552. You get a 554. It goes in sections of 3. And then next you get a 557. So they said it was, they said they thought the fastest possible was 557, and maybe in that stamp it was. But that's why they were blown away when they saw the 551. Now I happen to know for a fact, like right here in my face, I happen to know for a fact that he got a 554. So if I know for a fact he got a 5.54, why wouldn't I believe he got a 5.51? Plus, for me to say that he didn't get a 5.51, that means every one of those people in that booth were lying. That means the media, the executives, okay, the management, the marketers, the engineers, and most of all, the other players who were there trying to maximize the game. And to me, that's the strongest argument, because when I get a score and I get it in front of a group of players, okay, you can call somebody an idiot. You can say a guy from a media doesn't know about video games. Okay, he has eyes and he has ears to read stuff, but okay, you could say that they don't know video games. Okay, you could say that the salespeople don't really know about games. They just know about sales. Okay, they got eyes and ears, but okay, let's say that. Okay, you certainly can't say that the people who make the game, who program it, who design it, that they don't know. But let's say they don't know. Okay, you are never ever gonna smoke it past other players. Nobody. There is nothing I could ever do on this machine here. There's nothing I could ever do on a Pac-Man machine that's going to smoke it past the other players, the other great players. Never. I remember I said to my dad, because when I was a kid growing up, my dad, what he did for a living was he drove a truck. And I thought, man, like, not everybody knows how to drive a truck and all the gears and all the shifting, and there's 15 gears, there's only 5 on the shift. How does that work? And he explained to me there's a lever and a little button to switch, and on and on. And I remember one day I said to him, I go, well, you had to take a test to have a driver's license to drive a truck. And he says, yeah. And I said, well, who gives those tests? You can't be the knucklehead down at the DMV. He goes, no, it's retired truck drivers who give you the test. You're not going to smoke it past those guys. You either got the tools or you don't have the tools. Well, that's the way it is with game players. You're not going to smoke it past anybody. So, anyway, I'd like whichever moderator's here to ban Gamer 110%. So, he's such a jerk.
Whoa.
Yeah, well, he's just an idiot. You know, I played football and I coached football half of my life in the inner city. You're talking to the wrong guy, jackass.
Parents are probably stupid.
Yeah. He is an idiot. Comes from upbringing. His parents are probably idiots too.
And, I mean, would anybody really be surprised at this point? It always starts in the home.
Yeah.
It's like what I've been saying to you when we first started chatting. I don't understand why they just don't ask you. That's what I did. I'm not even saying they have to believe you, but at least they would get an answer from you.
Yeah, he went through all that and now he's blocked. Boy, I really am that important, aren't I?
I guess so. Maybe it's the hair.
Yeah. So I mentioned Free Play Florida. Am I going this year? I believe I have a conflict on the dates. But man, that's a great show and you shouldn't miss it. Is that Keemstar on the line? No. Nice to be back. See?
I wonder if it's Tim Serby.
Maybe.
I mean, he's the only one I know that has like a bunch of burner accounts.
Yep.
I mean, could be Snaggletooth.
Yeah. But where was we? Oh, so you're not going to smoke it past those guys. You either have the tools or you don't. You know, and it's odd to me that, Somebody says something, so some people believe it. Thank you, viewer. Yeah, you're right, Juan. He could.
Georgie, don't waste your time. I've tried. That's a good question there, Damage Sector.
Yeah. Yeah, how much of a loser is he? So, anyway, come on, what other questions?
Well, let's see here. If you had to watch one of your movies, which one would it be?
Well, the MTV special was good. And that one I did watch. I guess I'd probably watch the one that's out now about Walter, because it's about Walter.
I was actually about to say that because the focus is primarily on him, as it should be. He's put the spotlight on so many other people except himself. He deserves his moment to shine.
Yeah. So, see, it would be interesting to watch Chasing Ghosts, because the people from back then, where are they now? You know, but maybe it wouldn't be, because their goal was to ostracize those people. You got to imagine that you're in the room with what's considered at the time, you know, to be the, 20 best, players in the world. I mean, you'd have to realize those are like, they're the smartest guys I ever met. So, and sometimes they're so smart they short circuit. They're dysfunctional. I mean, it's true. So,
if you could actually have a video game that's about you, or one that you could make, what would it be?
George, please ask a question. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that.
See, if anything, I always kind of thought that your story belongs in a video game called Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. It's this weird like story that plays out like a game, like some point and click adventure thing, and yours would basically, it does take place in a courtroom. There'd be you, and you'd be giving your arguments, and then you go back and forth between one of your many detractors out there. So I figured they should probably just put that in the game.
Very good. Is he taking audience questions?
Yes, of course he is.
I always take audience questions.
I'm usually here just to read them off to him because he he can't really quite focus on the game and the comic at the same time.
What is the situation with you and the guy who calls himself Mr. Awesome? Well, let me tell you, I can tell you everything that's been said between he and I, from me to him, from 1985. Can you imagine that? To current day. Imagine that, from 1985. So, Mr. George, would you like to hear that? So, well, whether you'd like to hear it or not, let me go ahead and give it to you. I will tell you everything that I have said to him since 1985. Are you ready? Concert Cruiser, are you ready?
Bring it on.
Listen closely. Did you get all that?
Yes, I did.
I've never talked to the guy since 1985. I've been in the same room with him. I mean, he was just absolutely the most unpleasant person I've ever had to deal with. And I just decided I wasn't going to deal with him. And there's been a couple times recently when I've been somewhere that he was at, and I thought, well, if he comes up to me and he says hi, or he's, you know, cordial, you know, then I'll say hi to him. And, you know, he's got a son, and I hope his son's doing well and that kind of stuff. And he was there, but he immediately got abrupt with other people, so he certainly wasn't going to be cordial with me. So I ended up not talking to him.
Didn't he actually brag about being in a porno or something?
Oh no, it's worse than that. He says he has the highest sperm count of any man in the world.
Oh dear Christ.
How did it feel to smack Carl around in court? Well, the funniest thing was the judge is really the one who smacked him. So,
and I don't think a lot of people know this, but Carl actually cried in court.
Yeah, he did. So, I don't know the particulars on how that happened. What I can tell you is that my attorney's opinion was that when he was on the stand, as his situation was being spoken about and unfolded while he was on the stand, reality came to him exactly where the situation was, what his position was, and what reality was. And I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if he knows. But he did, and we had to take a break in the courtroom, and he was able to take a break and gather himself. That's all. So
I'm surprised he's still going after the completionist there, just because, I mean, words the wise here, people. If it takes you over an hour to make a point, you never had one. And the fact that he made a 4-hour video about the completionist, as well as Billy, it's like, dude, are you just asking for it at this point?
I'll tell you one thing with Pixel's statement here, the most recent one. I was shocked because normally the judge hands the paper to, he tells the attorneys, okay, I've made my decision, you'll get it tomorrow. And he walks in the courtroom and he hands it to the other two attorneys, and that's it. Nobody's there, nothing. And thank you, Justin. So what happened was he announced days in advance that he was going to announce it and it was going to be streamed. Had I known that, I would have been prepared and I would have went there. But the attorney was telling me months ahead of time, he goes, no, if you're here, you're just going to watch them hand the paper off. He goes, sometimes they read it, sometimes they just hand you the paper. Well, of course, it was a stream, so I would have wanted to be there because I was there every other day. I flew back and forth, well, 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So I would have went one more. And I thought afterwards, did he stream it? Because that was, and I don't know the answer. Did he stream it because that was his answer to what Carl did? And I don't have the answer, but I did think that, and I wonder if that's the case. And did he do that because all those people who watched those streams would now have the opportunity to watch, his conclusion? And he only said what he said, which didn't take that long. I want you to know that if you had the court transcript of his decision, okay, of the judgment that he rendered, it was 118 pages. There was no stone left unturned, none. I did not see the Chainsaw Man movie. So, it says, the completionist feels compelled to battle the haters. Yeah, I used to be that way, so I think he'll probably just recognize whatever he recognizes, and it won't be so important. Why do you care so much about a record played on a game no one cares about that you set in the 90s? Is that really the peak of your life? No, the peak of my life would be my wife and kids. Anybody who knows me knows that. I don't care about the games that I played in the 80s and 90s. You may believe that I care because you may believe anything you see or read. But what I'm not going to do is allow somebody to say that I took somebody's life or caused somebody to take their life. Okay? As a man, I'm not going to let somebody say that. I'm not going to let that stick to me. I'm not going to give that stigma to myself or my family. Okay? That's just not going to happen. I don't know how old you are, so maybe you're young and you don't quite understand that. Maybe you're older and you never had a family or never had that pride that I'm talking about. I mean, I can't really judge you because I don't know you. So I will not judge you the way you're judging me. So I saw the video from a few years ago you made with Steve. Commemorative poster and the 2 West Point graduates guys you helped foster. It was so sweet and cool of you to plan that, and I appreciate that. Yeah, that's a lot of fun. That kind of stuff doesn't always get the media attention because it's fun. It's not controversial. So thanks, Mace.
Let's see, Gamer's back. He says, bro, you're literally playing a Donkey Kong right now wearing the same outfit that you wore in the 90s.
Okay, well, you don't know what you're talking about because, first of all, this was not worn in the 90s playing Donkey Kong. But that's okay, so you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I play this game and the only time I play it is when I stream, because when I stream I meet friends and the people that I've formed a friendship with over the years. Okay, I happen to wear a tie every single day. Every day. Okay, I wear it out of pride and respect and trying to look proper. Okay, again, maybe you can relate to that, maybe you can't. Okay, but I've spent 3 hours here? There's 168 hours in a week. Really? Really? I play this as opposed to playing the modern games that you see on TV. I choose these. Is there something wrong with that? Explain it to me. I do this. I don't really go out. I don't go to the bars, and I don't go drinking, and I don't do all that silly stuff. And my kids have now, all 3 graduated from college. 2 of them have advanced degrees. Yeah, that's kind of what I take my pride in. I don't understand where your discontent and unhappiness is coming from. So, would you like to explain it to me? Rather than say laughing my ass off or holy cope. You could always go back to Carl's Discord if you like. But I'll go ahead and let you vent yourself here. The guy Leroy says cool tie. I mean, especially like on Veterans Day. Maybe you don't like the fact that Leroy likes the tie either. So... No, I didn't judge and make a bunch of assumptions about you. What I did say is I don't know. I don't know if you're too young to understand it, or if you're older and you didn't experience, a wife and kids and the pride to go with that. I don't know why. I just don't understand your unhappiness.
Here, TC Kai, instead of addressing haters, can we get some gameplay or something? Well, you missed it.
Okay, so Gamer just disappeared. I don't know if we have a moderator who decided to zap him, or if he left. But he said Carl's gay. Does that really offend you if Carl's gay or not? I don't really care. I don't know why it is you feel the need to share that with me. Matter of fact, it's kind of stupid. Actually, Neil's on here, so he might have zapped him.
Let's see here. Ultra Instinct Shaggy. Why'd you ban him? It was funny watching you, watching Billy argue with him, because after a certain point, you're just going in circles.
I didn't ban him. I think he either deleted his comments or maybe somebody else banned him. Oh yeah, look, and he's gone. Yeah, Neil banned him. TC Kaya. I'm so sorry, sir. Yeah, we were playing earlier. It's funny how some expect someone to accept slanderous statements just because the YouTube said this is true. Do I have a Florida flag tie? Yeah, I do. I only got it about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Is there one tie that you refuse to wear?
Yeah, I got one that... No, I really have one tie that's a GOP tie, a Republican tie, and I don't wear it because number one is I don't always agree with the Republicans. I mean, I just don't. I mean, I don't always agree with anybody. And I don't align myself. I'm not a member of either party. I'm an independent. Somebody got me that tie because they say I have, more conservative views. Well, I do have more conservative views, but not all of them. So, yeah, so that one I don't wear.
Well, can you tell us a conservative view that you don't agree with?
Yeah, I'm not into guns. That doesn't mean you can't have one. It just means I don't want one.
So then, what is a Democrat view that you believe? The view that you do believe in?
I struggle with, and I say I struggle with the death penalty. I don't think I could impose that. I understand why it gets imposed, but I'd have a hard time doing it because how do you truly know? And all these things I say, I don't have the answer. I just say I struggle with it.
Well, to be fair, we do know when it comes to Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. Yeah, that's funny. May says the sexual orientation of lobster. Yeah, Mr. Pixel. We seem to have a lot more support for the sauce in Europe than we ever did before, and it seems like the right time to make a push. So we're trying to figure out the right way to do it. Okay, Mitch Please says, you carry a genuine condescending attitude. Well, actually, maybe you're right, but then again, when I'm paid to go to a show, okay, when I'm paid to do an appearance, when I'm paid to do a film, when I'm paid to entertain, usually they're asking me to do it because they want me to play the heel or the antagonist. So you're correct, but that's what I'm supposed to do. You will not meet a single person in the world who knows me, not one, who would say that I have that kind of nature outside of there. You know, not one. But again, you wouldn't know that, and I don't expect you to. So I mean, I don't mean that to criticize you. And latching on to an outlandish title like Gamer of the Century while saying it's not important to you. Well, no, when I achieved it, it was extremely important. It was extremely a sense of pride and accomplishment and something that I thought hard work and I could lay down, you know, and rest on. So that was great. To say that that's an important part of my life or the most important part of my life, no, it isn't. My family would be far more important than that. But it was an honor that I very much appreciated. And at the time, it was important. As the years go on, other things become more important. That's all.
And let me also thank you, Mitch, for asking a real question and hearing Billy out.
Yeah, and in the gaming world, that was significant because after having the good fortune of doing the perfect Pac-Man and all of that energy colliding together, that's what sent me to Japan. If you can picture all this, in Japan, Masaya Nakamura, the CEO of Namco and the father of Pac-Man, as they called him, he owned movie studios, and he said that this event of the perfect Pac-Man would reignite interest in the classic gaming world. And it did. That was his prediction. I wish I was that smart, but he was. And he also said that he would like to see movies made about it. And it was after that that the camera crews began following us to these different places that created the movies they made, that created King of Kong and Chasing Ghosts, and that's what led to the good fortune that's here. I'm the very first person to explain that I've had all this good fortune. Yes, I did work hard at it, but it doesn't matter. A lot of us work hard at things, and you don't get the good fortune from it. This one, the balls happen to bounce in my favor. So, and because of that, now, for example, I did a show in England. Instead of going to England to do the show, I get to go to England to do the show, but I get to take my wife, and then we have a life experience because we go to visit England. Same thing with Australia and my son. You know, the Netherlands is coming, things like that. So it's a lot based upon the paragraph you wrote here. I can understand your question. It's just you see this much from what comes off the comes off social media, let's say, but there's this much to it. That's all.
And not to take the spotlight here from you, Billy, but one thing that Straight T here says, well said, a lot of people work hard and at things, but don't receive fortune. Very humble. If I can say something about that, I actually feel very similar. One thing I have often said to people, I know I come from the music scene, that I have lived an amazing life. I have gotten to do things so many geeks and nerds wish they could have done. But I know that others are not so fortunate. So if the opportunity ever presents itself, I try very hard to see if I can give somebody a piece of my luck. What do I mean by that? If I'm at a show and I can somehow get someone like maybe an autograph, a guitar pick, maybe a shout out, then yeah, I'll do it. Why not? Never hurts to ask.
Okay. Does Billy consider himself a Florida man like a meme? I don't think so. I never had that ask. That doesn't sort of hit me the right way. Okay, well, what's with the Charlie Kirk slander out of nowhere? Who is this dude talking to Billy? That was wild. Let's skip that. Billy, do you think you can beat me in Street Fighter? Not a chance. So, if you and I played Street Fighter, I'd be very proud to come in second. That's the truth. Charlie Kirk was rejected from West Point. Wow, no joke. Where did I hear that? No, I did hear that somewhere, but I mean, I completely forgot about it till you reminded me here. And I don't know what the reason is. And the fact is, you can get rejected from West Point for very bad reasons, and you can. But I mean, I know a guy who got rejected from West Point because he didn't pass the eye exam. You have to be able to see full colors, or it narrows down the different avenues you can take as a career, and maybe it narrows it to zero. Jason Wilson, sir, are you in Tennessee by chance? Thank you, Mitch. I appreciate your answer. Do I believe in God? Very much. Oh, Mitch and Juan. No, I say that, Jason, because I know a guy in Tennessee. He's a really good guy, and he would be somebody who would come on the stream and pick on me in a funny way, and it wouldn't offend me at all. Thank you, Mitch, again. Is that Billy playing Donkey Kong, or is it pre-recorded? Well, I'm not playing now, but I was earlier. I'm curious, do you know in what year you had to block the most people on Twitter and why? No. Wow, let me make some guesses here. Guesses only, okay? We fell off from paying attention to it in 2018 because we got busy with so many other things that you know what they were. And then, like around 2020, we then began to get our feet grounded. And I remember being seated on the couch, my wife, who's much better at anything having to do with a laptop than me, sat there for hours cleaning things up. Billy, do you believe in God? Yes. Yeah, Jason, it's funny you say that. I never paid attention. They're asking about what's going on the screen, and that's just the track mode. The guy getting killed. You're right. That's just the insert coin. Billy, have you ever attended a Comic-Con? I regularly go to Comic-Cons. If you mean the one in San Diego, no. I was there one year, but I was contracted to be at a bar across the street that was rented out, turned into an arcade for an event that I was to host. But I was not in the Comic-Con. Now, do you mean many of the little or so-called Comic-Cons around the country? Yeah, I go to those all the time. Maybe more often than I care for. Is a hot dog a sandwich? It's funny, there's a guy here marketing what you would think is a hot dog, and he calls it a cheeseburger. It's a meat, it's cheese, it's seasoning, might have onion too, and it's on a hot dog bun. I says, why do you call that a cheeseburger? I'm thinking it's a hot dog. He says, no, it's a cheeseburger. A lot of weirdos today. Yeah, it's funny. It's like when the guy with the Uber drops you off, and he says, watch out. He says to me, he goes, a lot of weirdos around here. I look at him and I say, I am the weirdo. How did it feel to get an internet hate machine sent your way? Do you think people have warmed up to you at all since winning the case? Well, I will say that the internet hate machine, as you call it, which is probably a good term, never did I sit there and read the comments like on an ongoing basis. They were always brought to my attention by somebody else well-meaning. It might be somebody else, a family member. Actually, no, my family really didn't do it either. But people close to me who would say, oh, you got to see what they said here. And I go, what? And they'd tell me, sometimes they'd send me a link. They'd send me a link and I'd say, no, I'm not going to watch it. Just tell me what you want to tell me. Even Concert Cruiser, who's on the phone with me, will tell you that never do I say, oh yeah, I saw that. He just calls and tells me what's going on, and I go, oh well, whatever. So no, I never did used to focus on it. I used to purposely not look at it because I didn't want that in my head. At different times, at orders from my attorney or even my son, I had to watch something because I had to give them the answers that they had to have in preparation for what it was we were doing. So if I sat here and said I never saw it, well, that wouldn't be truthful. But no, times when I did see it, I mean, come on, man, you cannot find anywhere in the world with people less intelligent than on Reddit. I mean, give me a break. That's just one example. But it's difficult because, see, here it's easy. Most of the people here have some background on what they're talking about. You know, they have some knowledge and then they ask a question. So that's cool. But, and if I give an answer, most of the people here are listening to the answer and then processing it logically, whether they believe it or not, or it makes them think of something else, good or bad. That's true. But when you're talking about just a sensationalized YouTuber or forum or something like that, man, it's just the least intelligent place in the world. So have people warmed up to me? Well, I think there were a lot of people. First of all, I didn't say a lot to defend myself because my goal was to win in court. I never had a discussion this in depth prior. Never. As time goes on, I'll discuss it more and more in depth. As a matter of fact, I've made a commitment that as time goes on, I'm going to flat out violate the court order. And if someone doesn't like it, they can take me back to court. I can give them the address. I know where the courthouse is real well. And so I am going to do that. But I would have never done this before because my goal was to win. And so I didn't say a whole lot. to defend myself, and I just let them keep digging a bigger and bigger hole. And when you get up there and you have various judges, you know, with as much as 40 years experience, you know, many judges constantly making rulings over a few years, most every ruling going in your favor, and then big final rulings absolutely cementing the victory and the truth, from somebody who had all the facts and did ponder them over months in order to come up with their decision. Most people don't argue with somebody like that. They can argue with me because there's emotion and I got skin in the game. So a lot of people now say, oh, there are the people on the fringe, nothing will ever convince them. Nothing. And I
Can
would
confirm.
right, and I would be the idiot if I thought somehow I was going to reach out to them. It's not going to happen. Okay? They were born stupid. They're going to say stupid because they choose to be stupid. And I mean, I'll acknowledge to you that there's been some things in my life that made me so annoyed, I wanted to be angry, so I was. I can't think of anything when I was a kid. You know, so I mean, I wanted to be annoyed, so I was annoyed. No, I didn't want you to convince me otherwise. I just wanted you to shut up. Well, just like nobody could change somebody's mind who was upset like that, nobody's going to change these people's minds. So, good question.
Yeah, I can confirm here, guys, because that's what happened with me. I was originally, believe it or not, I used to be on the side of the Detractors.
Thank you, one.
But it wasn't until I saw Billy duplicate his scores, I said, okay, better late than never. What's the chat say? And people in the comments were saying he still cheated. And that's when a switch in my head went off, and I started asking them questions, and they couldn't answer them. So when Billy started doing his live streams, I went to them, asked, got the answer, gave it to them, and they still didn't want to hear it out.
Well, I remember the first time I met you, I was in Orlando, and he says, I want to do an interview, and I say, no, I don't do interviews. And no, and I says, no, if you want to have a discussion, I'll just talk to you. You can film it if you want. So he said, okay. Of course, the discussion has questions and stuff like that in it. And I said to him, I says, you realize that just because you're talking to me, that's all. We're just talking. And people are going to find out that we're talking. Just because you're talking to me, you're going to get attacked. And he gives me a funny look. And I go, you'll get attacked. So he goes and he puts his... Okay, I don't mean to sound funny. I'm not here to pick on him, okay? But, okay, he doesn't draw enough people on his stream to fill a phone booth. He's just a little guy. Okay, sure as hell, they find him though, and they attack him. Because there's people that have my name, and they have it in the search engine, and it doesn't matter what. You can say, you know, I met Billy Mitchell at the hockey game, I said hello to him, and took a selfie with him. And it'll pop up on their feed. So that small amount of people, which is a handful of sick people, went on, found him on there talking to me, and they attacked him.
Although, you got to give me some credit here, because there was at one point in the interview where I actually there's like this little strip of text that goes by on the bottom of the screen, and it says, seriously, how many of you people clicked on this video just so you can take one clip out of context from it?
Yeah. It doesn't matter if there's not a clip out of context, they'll just manufacture one. Jojo, I appreciate that. Wow, we go all the way back to when you were a teenager. Piece of technology you grew up with in the 80s and 90s that is completely gone and replaced today. Man, how about a payphone? How about a home phone, period? Here's one for you. In the movie King of Kong, I pick up the phone, I say, World Record Headquarters, can I help you? Okay, there's people that think I really answer the phone like that. They think I really say that. I don't have a home phone. In order to film that scene, we had to bring a phone in. That's entertainment.
What?
That's Hollywood. It
Was
sounded
that even
good.
your actual house?
Yeah, that was my house. So, super cool how he actually reads the hate comments and addresses them rationally instead of ignoring them or getting mad. I appreciate your noticing that. Okay. Okay, any additional comments? Info I knew about you was through pop culture references before seeing some new documentaries about you on the internet. And lastly, the whole jobs thing. Like somebody will say to me, they'll say, well, you did this. And I'll say, oh, really? Well, tell me about that. Where'd you hear that? I heard it. Well, you either heard it from, the crybaby, or somebody who repeated what the crybaby said. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. And I mean, believe it or not, you're like allowed to believe that if you want to. I had a guy who I call the original crybaby. That guy way back. He was before the King of Kong. Okay, the original crybaby, who absolutely threw a fit. He said that the Smithsonian made a 30-foot bronze statue of me out in front. A 30-foot bronze statue would cost $10 or $20 million. But he was convinced that they did that, and he had other people convinced too. Okay, I can't change your mind. Matter of fact, but I'm quite flattered to think that you think that I have a 30-foot bronze statue out there. It was like that big statue of Rocky from the movie that they had on the steps in Philadelphia. It's like one of those, only it was me. And it was at the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. No, what I had at Smithsonian was they had a display, the art of video games. And I was invited there, being a video game guy, and having been involved in the culture. And I was there with Nolan Bushnell and other dignitaries, and we spoke and addressed and had fun with the crowd and all that kind of stuff. That was all, but somehow that turned into a 30-foot statue. You should attend Comic-Con here in San Antonio, Texas, every October. Yeah, no, some of the best things I've ever done, I've done in Texas. Retropalooza was there. Game Fest was there. Houston Pinball was there. You mentioned once that you met a man in Mexico who had a wild approach to growing his peppers. Yes. Can you share another story from your time traveling, contacting farms? What Mesa is talking about is when you're in the hot sauce business, what you do is you contract certain fields. The cayenne peppers, most of them come out of the fields that are contracted, which are in New Mexico and Mexico. Again, more New Mexico. The ground is just so perfect there. New Mexico, way in the corner. If I were to go there, I'd fly into San Antonio. That's how close it is down in the corner. And you contract and you agree to buy all the peppers out of that field at a set price per pound. And before I get to what you're talking about, once those peppers are gone, if you need more, you can get them elsewhere, but the price goes up because it's not an agreement you made a year in advance. One time, I can't think of who it was. Costa Rica. I can't think of the name of the hurricane that went right through South America. Might have been 2010, 12, somewhere in there, and absolutely wiped out everything. and I just couldn't get habanero peppers. I just couldn't get them. That's where they were coming from. And because not only were the peppers that I was getting there, I was shorted, but so were so many other people. So now there's a shortage of habanero peppers. Well, you have them contracted, which means you can't raise the price. They can't raise it on you, and you can't go down. You can the next year, but for the contract, you can't. And so, I mean, I couldn't make habanero peppers. The only saving grace I had was I had made a tremendous amount of habanero sauce in the gallons. I had gallons to carry me through the months until more peppers came, but I didn't have the little bottles. And so going back to what he said, there's a guy in Del. Yeah. He's outside of El Paso in Mexico. He has a office in El Paso, and he has one in Ciudad Juarez on the Mexican side. And he's a strange guy. He has peppers, and from him I would sometimes get jalapeno peppers. And he's a strange guy in his thoughts, but he's kind of ahead of the game. He has all these peppers he grows, and you can imagine what the climate is like there. It's very hot and very dry. And he absolutely starves the peppers of water. I mean, they dehydrate. I mean, it's almost impossible to kill a pepper because they just don't require much water. But he would do his best to try to kill it, to try to, dehydrate it, to drown it out, to dehydrate it and have it wither. And then when he's got it about as far as he thinks he can get it, then he'd flood the field with water and he'd drown the damn peppers. Okay? And then he would, again, dry them out and dehydrate them and starve them of water. And he used to call it, I haven't talked to him in forever, but he would call it aggravating the pepper. So the pepper goes from one extreme to the other. It almost dies from drowning, almost dies from dehydration. And by aggravating the pepper, as he calls it, he said it made the pepper hotter. And I'll be damned, his jalapenos were hotter than any ones I had. So maybe he's smarter than everybody else. But anyway, I think that's what Mace is talking about. Is a burrito a sandwich? Yeah, I think so. Say what you want about Billy Mitchell. He's still a video game legend and hot sauce mogul. Thank you, sir. If you remove the bread from the burger and instead wrap it in lettuce, is it still a sandwich? Ooh, maybe. I don't know, I think we can sit here and talk about sandwiches. This is pretty interesting.
Believe it or not, I'm not really a big sandwich guy.
Okay, chicken. See, now we're going to get some honesty here. I won't lie, dude. I only know you from all those slanderous videos they did on you. Seeing you talk and answer questions like this is super eye-opening. I appreciate you doing it. And I appreciate you taking note of it. Absolutely. This being here, it has nothing to do with nothing to do with nothing. But hearing Jason talk about sandwiches and questions and like that reminds me, none of you guys are old enough. The diner scene with Jack Nicholson, where he's trying to order breakfast and the waitress is just giving him a hard time. I don't know the name of the movie. Carl got addicted to clicks and saw Billy as an easy target, dude. Needs an ego check. Yeah, well, he made a lot of money. Okay, let me tell you what you don't know. If you really looked at it and did your research, you would know. But in court, he would not acknowledge. He simply wouldn't answer the question, even when the judge asked him. how much money did you make off your videos of Billy? They did have one answer. Geez, I don't know the right answer. The actual video, the slanderous video that started all this back in May of 2021, off the clicks and such, 7,000 some odd dollars he made. Remember, there's also sponsorship. Okay, there's also wow, this is gonna disconnect. Hold on. Ooh, wow. Bah! There's also sponsorships and advertising and all that kind of stuff. So let's pretend it was $10,000. Okay, and maybe it was more. Okay, the judge was floored when finally he said, well, how many videos did he do? And I said, 21, I think. I said, I might be off by one. And the judge was taken back by that. And so the question is, when you add all those up, you know, this is 7,000 plus all the additional money. I don't know, is it 10,000? And then there's 21. But I mean, listen here, and if this doesn't piss you off, you're not paying attention. He said he needed money to defend this, and he allowed everyone to believe, he worked hard for everyone to believe that it was about cheating in order to get people to donate money. Okay? Publicly, that's publicly. He had $50,000 in one GoFundMe, 55, I think, and $200,000 in another GoFundMe. So publicly, there was $250,000 donated. Now, if you do, now for the people who donated privately, that money wouldn't be seen. Okay, he acknowledged that Notch gave him $300,000. So the $250,000 public dollars, okay, from the two different GoFundMes, and $300,000 is $550,000, okay, that he has acknowledged, like Notch, or was public. How much more private money there was, who knows? Okay, and let's forget 550. Let's just say 500. It's an easier number. Okay, he deceptively took $500,000 from you, each one of you people that say, oh, I learned about you through that. Whether you gave him money, I don't know what to say, I'm sorry that happened to you. Or if you didn't give him money, but again, think about it, man. He was asking you to give money. That's just unbelievable to me. And somehow he wants to explain that it wasn't his fault, or that you were too dumb to understand. That's just crazy. If that doesn't piss you off, I can't help you. I can't help you.
He actually tries to say that he didn't lie.
Right. Okay, JoJo says because pepper hotness is basically a defense mechanism in a way for a plant. You poison your taste buds with the spicy flavor, so deliberately maximizing the hotness through stress is interesting. Yeah, it's like when you cut an onion and it makes people cry, that's actually a defense mechanism of the onion, so they say. 5 Easy Pieces, 1970 is where Nicholas... Is that what it is? How many ties in my collection? You know, I don't know, because I got to find out, because people keep asking me. Because I got some I've never worn. Man, they're like so nice that I don't, it's like I don't want to wear them. Here. For those of you guys who were on the stream from the beginning, you saw that I did this. But for those of you who weren't, I get this box in the mail, or the P.O. box, and it's just a gift, and I thought, is it ticking? Okay. And then I open it up, and it's just like so appropriate that it happens to be Veterans Day. And somebody sent me a new tie. So it's very patriotic. It's America. It says God bless and all that kind of stuff.
You should actually do a video teaching people how to tie a tie.
Well, somebody's got to teach me first.
Are you saying you don't know how to tie a tie? I mean, you have one on every time.
Well, I mean, I tie a tie, but I don't know if I tie it the right way. I tie it my way.
Yeah, it looks accurate to me.
No, reminder that Billy won. Billy always wins. I'm here from the way beginning, and I guessed the tie correctly. Good point. Several videos I vividly recall watching about this have been taken down. What happened was, a lot of people took the information that another YouTuber said, which was almost always the one we're talking about, and they created their own YouTube videos. And then when people saw that, yeah, a lot of people took their videos down, and because they thought they were going to get sued. I don't care if you think I cheated. I can sit here and play the game. Okay, here's another secret you don't know about. Okay, this began in 2018, this so-called, oh, he didn't get $1 million, he can't get $1 million, he's never gotten $1 million, never will get $1 million, he cheated, he's no good, he's afraid to play. All this horse shit started back then. Okay, I started streaming, I got $1 million 3 times in a week, right off the bat. Okay, then I went to the Donkey Kong World Championship. I went to the Donkey Kong World Championship, which was held in Brisbane, Australia. For those of you who don't know, did everybody hear me? It was 2019, the following year, and I went to the Donkey Kong World Championship in Brisbane, Australia. Okay, that's the hometown of Carl Jobst. Not only did I go there, they paid my way there, they paid me an appearance fee, they paid all of my expenses. It was all warm and fuzzy, hugs and kisses and pictures and dogs and puppies and cats and balloons and ribbons and all that stupid stuff. Okay? I went there, I came in first place. Yes, I whipped their ass. I guess he forgot to tell you that. Not bad for a guy who didn't get those scores, huh? No, I didn't lose a single game there. You know what's funny? You know who came in third place? Was my son. How about that? For a while, they weren't calling it the Kong off; they were calling it the Billy off, because they thought it was gonna be first and second. And you know why? And just so you don't think I'm a good guy, because I'm really not that good. Do you know why my son came in third? Because his father played him and knocked his ass out. Otherwise, he'd have come in first. So. Ooh, Hermit Jack, you know your stuff, that Thanksgiving stream. Boy, that was a bitch. I think I should do that, shouldn't I? That was a galloping ghost. Man, I just wouldn't go home until I got that score. And that was really hard. And that's the score that was beyond the perfect Pac-Man score. That's a score that no one's done before that, and no one's done since, except me. I went back to Galloping Ghost, and I did it again. So I've done it twice there. But no, that's awesome. So, yeah, keep reminding me of that, Jack. The truth or details are often hard to find. Most people watch all of the Jobs videos on the toilet during a smoke break. That's funny. Billy haters down bad. Yeah, that's true. Neil was there. That was the old joke. It says, "Boy, what do? You play your kid in a father-son baseball game and you strike him out." Yeah. What was funny was I had to play against my son. It was a knockout round, and whoever won between he and I would go on to the finals against Shane. Anyway, he was a great guy and a great player. And I said to him, I said to my son, I go, here, you win. I said, just go ahead and win. I said, you can beat this guy. And my son gives me a hard time. He's knowing he's gonna kill me and all this. He's gonna kill me. He owns guns too, so I said, okay. I said, we'll both just do as good as we can. He said, okay. And I just had a good game and he didn't. Yep. No, Galloping Ghost has great streams. James Rolfe? Yes. James Rolfe is often at Free Play Florida. Anytime you have the opportunity to go somewhere he is, you should go. Is there a link to the full decision? I'm more interested in the facts than anything. Yeah, there is. I can't tell you that I have the link, but it is publicly available. And since Neil is on here, Neil, do you know what that link is, or do you know where it might be found? People in speedrunning community get into similar pickles in which versions of the game they run. They settle it out and call it a day. Your son could clip some of your stories and post them as shorts. Yeah, he actually does that. He doesn't do it as often as he could. Sir, are you there?
Me? Yeah.
The other phone number that you have in your phone for me, for this one?
Yes.
Can you send that link to this phone? I'll see if I can play it for the stream.
Okay, what link do they want?
No, what I want, that link that you sent me over the weekend.
Oh, gotcha.
Danny wants to know what your most memorable moment at Fun Spot 99 Fun Spot Tournament. Oh, in 1999, my most memorable moment was doing a perfect score on Pac-Man and whipping the Canadians' ass. So, okay, the full decision, funny enough, was when most people found out that Carl was lying about what he was getting sued for in the first place. Yes.
Okay, sent.
Next person event doing in Florida. It's in Orlando.
Holiday.
December 19, 20, 21. Yeah, I see. I got it. Why is it called Ricky's? The restaurant was opened in 1955, and it was opened by a guy with the last name Rickenbacker. And no, it's not Eddie Rickenbacker either. And everybody called him Ricky. Place was called Ricky's. He and his wife owned it until about 1962, where they sold it to Tom Mayer, I think his name was, who had it until 1974, who then sold it to our family, my dad, in 1974, and then started doing chicken wings in 1978, and started doing our own hot sauce in 1980. and it was called Ricky's. It was well known, so the name was left Ricky's. When the hot sauce came along, it was named Ricky's because it was named, coincided with the restaurant. So, hello Billy, I am just popping in to remind you that Carl Lobst footstool is a good idea, and you should sell that. That's true. Yes, sir, we kept the name. Okay, let me see if so what happened was this weekend I went to Iowa because a friend was opening Old School Pizza Arcade. It's a barcade with pizza. Man, the pizza was good too, and the pretzel was even better. And of course, there's all the seating, all the eating, all that. It's got all the old classic games and pinballs, and of course they're there, and you play them for free. And it's actually on the same block. It's not in the same building, but it's right there on Main Street, across from the original Twin Galaxies that was there with that famous Life magazine iconic photo from November 1982, which was the first esports event in history. So we were there celebrating that and the anniversary of that. And again, that was in Iowa, the original Twin Galaxies. That was Saturday morning. Not only was the mayor there, but the mayor-elect, the future mayor, who just got elected, he was there. And then the two mayors before that were there. Of the four mayors, counting the future mayor, they were all four were there. Maybe one was missing. But anyway, there was a couple of us players from the original photo that were there. And then there was even one of the cheerleaders was there. So that was Saturday morning. Then Saturday evening at the theater, Walter's Movies playing. And anybody who knows me knows that I love mischief. I mean, I love the mischief. So what happened was I got together with the guy that was handling the movie. Okay? I got the old schmooze going, right? And I said to him, I go, listen, I'm going to send you a link. I says, remember watching King of Kong? And he says, of course I do. And I says, remember the guy that walks around, there's a kill screen coming up. Anyone wants to see a kill screen? There's a potential Donkey Kong kill screen coming up. That guy, Brian Koo, yeah, he's in the audience. He goes, he is? And I go, yeah. And I go, and we got our own little version. I go, I want you to, just like when you see a movie, there's previews for other features and advertising and stuff. Yeah. I go, this is the one I want just before the movie starts. And he says, okay. So I got him this link. And now I'm up there talking with the microphone. I go, okay, everybody. I go, has anybody seen Walter's movie here? And most people hadn't seen it. And I go, is there anybody here who hasn't seen King of Kong? There's just a couple hands went up. And I go, okay. I go, I want you to know, whatever happens here, I says, no matter how bad it is, I want you to know I did absolutely nothing to try to stop it. Nothing. And I smiled. I go, I love being me. And I walked off with the microphone. So I pointed at the movie guy, and he hit it, and right off the bat, this scene comes up. So I'm going to play it for you guys. Wait. Come on.
Out if anyone wants.
Come on.
potential Carl Jobs bankruptcy coming up if anyone's interested. There's a Carl Jobs bankruptcy coming up if you're interested. Hey Todd, there's a Carl Jobs bankruptcy coming up in a couple minutes. There's a potential Carl Jobs bankruptcy coming up if anyone wants to watch. We got Carl Jobs bankruptcy coming up if anyone wants to watch.
One more time.
There's a potential Carl Jobs bankruptcy coming up if anyone's interested. There's a Carl Jobs bankruptcy coming up if you're interested. Hey Todd, there's a Carl Jobs bankruptcy coming up in a couple minutes. There's a potential Carl Jobs bankruptcy coming up if anyone wants to watch. We got Carl Jobs bankruptcy coming up if anyone wants to watch.
So the audience roared, and Brian had never seen it. Brian's sitting right there watching himself, and he had never seen it. I mean, obviously, it's the power of AI. So, whew. Concert Cruiser, do you know the name of that anime show at December 19th in Orlando?
Holiday Matsuri.
It's at the Orange County Convention Center on International Drive. Say it again.
Holiday Matsuri.
Holiday Matsuri.
M-A-T-U-R-I. Oh, M-A-T-S-U-R-I.
Yeah. After I did that, I felt bad. I didn't know if I stole the thunder from Walter's show. Yeah, world famous pickup artist. You got it.
How to lose all your money in just 2 years.
Xantos, you are correct. Yeah, approach him now. Okay, I got you. All right, so we're going to promise that we're going to be back here next Tuesday. And see, what I say is I beat 581. And then I got to give away the prize once I beat it. Because I don't want to say if I don't beat it, I got to give away the prize. Because then all you guys are going to root against me. So. Alrighty. Hang in there. Thank you more than kindly. Come on, next week, you guys be here. Please. Please. And more than please. Thank you. Double thank you.